Okay, so they don't reject him as
atheists believe that Jesus was a real person, so they don't reject him.
Sure, they do. They're no. Here. Look, we're talking about two different things. Okay, you're saying it in a negative connotation.
Well, it's because
I've never look. I didn't watch any of your debates. I didn't realize how much of a fucking cartoon character you are, and how much you fucking masturbate on these debates. You literally, anytime you,
yes, hold on, give me the cope, yes, give me the cope, yes.
Finish it up, boys.
Anytime you make a point, you have this out of body experience where you literally you have a fucking meltdown.
I mean, I've heard some stupid shit before, but
look at how awesome I am. Dude, do you have a real job? Like, do you have a job, like, do you have a 9-to-5?
Yeah, you know, I'm like you. I saw some of your like garbage carpentry. I was a robotics mechanic.
Carpentry? Yeah, no. Bro,
all right, gentlemen.
The fact that you said that proves that you didn't look at my work. But I'm asking, do you have a real job, or do you just smoke and talk to fucking hookers online all day?
Now I'm smoking and talking to someone way less smart than the hookers I talk to.
Oh boy! All right, gentlemen. Do we want to? We can ad hom and throw mud at each other, or we can get back to the topic.
It's just hilarious. He's a fucking cartoon character.
I don't know. You're the one who seems to be seething pretty hard right now, bro.
I'm not, man.
You seem very upset.
Calm. You just had a fucking another meltdown for the 15th.
You mean I laughed at your stupidity when you said that it's not a rejection, when you reject that Jesus Christ is God?
You did what children do. All right, like
what do you think? What do you think blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is? It's rejecting the divinity of Christ, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and don't Jews reject the divinity of Christ?
Yes, they reject.
And what's the one unforgivable sin? What's the one unforgivable sin? Blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, bro. Mm-hmm. Come on.
Are you about to do another thing where you woo-hoo?
Come on. Like, how fucking hard is this? All right, yeah, I'm ready for your cross-examination.
There we go. Okay, hold on 1 second.
In fact, like, literally whatever you want to talk about, I'm happy to talk about. Whatever it is. I don't even care.
How far in are we?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, bringing to you live another debate this evening. I've got Andrew Wilson from The Crucible and the Misfit Patriot, bringing to you the question of, well, the statement more so, there is no woke right. Andrew, would you like to start with your opening statement, please?
Yeah, usually I write a pretty elongated opening statement so I can cover each individual point. I didn't this time because my opponent's a troll cow by his own admission. So the thing is I'll just affirm this very simply. The woke right's completely made up and fucking nonsense. It's postulated by James Lindsay. It means absolutely nothing. My opponent won't even have a definition of what it is. If he does have a definition of what it is, it won't be consistent and it won't make any sense, and that'll be the end of the debate. That's my entire opening statement.
Thank you, Andrew. Misfit to you.
It's actually funny that he did that because this time I did write a long opening statement. And before we get into that, I'm going to preface it with this is not a personal attack against, and there's no children or anything in here. I'm not trying to break any rules, but I'm going to tie in some personal things about Andrew. And I do have a definition of what woke right is. What woke right is, I'm going to give the short version because James Lindsay's long, sort of, antiquated version, it gets very confusing. Woke right is people who voted for Donald Trump but act like the woke left, right? It's that simple, okay? It's identity politics. It's a victim mentality. It's making everything about race. I have a real sort of, I guess you could call it super list of tenets of the woke right with identity politics, moral absolutism, a view of liberty, truth, and role of the state, tactics and coercion, vision, reform versus revolution, et cetera, et cetera. So I can go against any of Andrew's points with sort of the James Lindsay educational arguments. But let's go through my long opening statement that I read, because this time I took it seriously and I prepared for it, like Andrew said last time. Okay, so I'm not really here to debate because, to be honest, Andrew doesn't really debate in good faith. Andrew plans to manipulate the conversation using narcissistic abuse techniques and framing tactics to try to make me look stupid. And that's not really a debate. That's a show. That's what Andrew does. He puts on a show. That being said, I will treat this seriously, more seriously than last time, because now I know how he operates. The reason I'm the best equipped for this woke right debate is because the woke right attacks me constantly, many of whom follow and support Andrew. Because I'm able to provide this unique insight as to why Andrew himself is woke right adjacent, and I say adjacent because he displays some of the tenets of woke right, but not all. For instance, he doesn't really have a victim mentality. I wouldn't put him in that category. He doesn't blame the Jews for all of his problems, right? But one thing he does engage in is coercion and exclusion tactics, and that's a tenet of the woke left and the woke right. It's one of the tools Andrew uses to dunk on people he disagrees with. Him and his mob of simp followers that he probably coordinates with in Discord servers or some other form of communication. They'll artificially boost his side of the argument while crushing the opposition with ratios. He brags about his engagement and status constantly and how he's going to own people, which means the sycophants are about to attack whoever he talks about. Even if I beat him on the merits of the debate with my arguments, he'll claim victory and I'll hear nonstop from the mob about how Andrew owned you. Andrew owns himself on a daily basis, but let's get to the actual tenets of woke that he does espouse. First and most important is moral absolutism. The left focuses more on diversity, equity, and inclusion, while the people like Andrew focus on religion, right? Andrew calls himself, I believe, like a patriarchal Christian or Christian that believes in the patriarchy.
Just Christian ethicist.
All right. Thank you. But let's break down what his Christianity shtick is all about. Andrew's well known for arguing online with OnlyFans hookers, and he will claim that that's his duty as a Christian, right? To rebuke and call out bad behavior, but that's not what he's doing. Ironically, Andrew promotes more pornography than most people on the internet because he's platforming these women and turning it into a show like Jerry Springer instead of a real teachable moment we can all learn from. I guarantee most of the girls that he converses with see a huge increase in their subscribers when they get on that whatever podcast or wherever he talks to them. Andrew's fans are probably the ones subscribing so they can jack off to some internet hero, to some hooker that their internet hero yelled at. It's creating more filth online, not less. To break down his views on patriarchy, his wife has the same job he does. She argues with people on the internet from her soapbox of superiority, but she's not a stay-at-home mom or trad wife. She's an author. She's a podcaster. She monetizes her presence on the internet. She makes money. She files taxes. She's basically a strong, independent woman. Every moment she's on her phone arguing on the internet, she's a hypocrite. She's Andrew's business partner, and that's a very progressive relationship, if you ask me. She promotes all this stuff online, and for somebody who claims they want a patriarchal society, him and her both agree that women apparently should talk back to men, because she talks back to men all the time on his behalf. So that's a grift. They fooled all of you. Andrew and his business partner don't want to create a better society based on traditional values. They saw a market where they could capitalize off it. They're brand developers. His brand is shock value, and this is clear to anybody with half a brain. And if you added up all of his fans, you'd fall short of that intellectual mark. So to throw his Christianity, his patriarchal views back at him with those two tenets of woke, what he's doing is virtue signaling, and it's the opposite of Christianity. Jesus at the well rebuking the woman with the five husbands didn't call her a retard. He said God is spirit, and his worshipers must worship in the spirit and truth. Sorry, I just woke up. I'm having a hard time reading.
Okay.
He approached her with love and kindness. He didn't mock and shame the adulteress in the street either. He didn't laugh at her when he said He was without sin. Go and cast the first stone. He showed her mercy and love. I don't see any Christian values when I look at Andrew. I see a bully who thinks he's God's gift to the internet. The only thing smart about him and his ability to fool people into thinking he's something he's not. He's a grifter. You're all his mark. No matter what we discuss over the next couple hours, this opening statement is the only thing I really have prepared because I know the subject matter better than anyone. I fought the woke on both sides. While he denies its existence, he's already lost the debates on the merit. I'm sure he'll see it differently, so now we can just have fun. So he can play his word games and own me because I don't give a shit about popularity. That's woke shit.
Thank you, Misfit. That was conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so kind reminder, we will open the panel afterwards. So if you are interested in engaging in the conversation, I believe both panelists will be joining us for open panel as far as I'm aware of. Outside of that, gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
So quick question. So you think my audience is really fucking stupid?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, got it. So your idea is that they're all marks and that they're so fucking stupid that I'm just able to dupe them at a moment's notice.
You're very clever at tricking stupid people into thinking you're smarter than you are because of the way that you talk and use framing tactics. That's what I believe.
You know what I say my IQ is?
Don't give a shit.
Yeah, I say it's average. You know why? Because it's average.
Sure.
I don't think I'm incredibly intelligent.
I don't think you're stupid.
I just think I'm much more intelligent than you are. Now, to the debate itself, you bring up there's a couple like hater remarks that I don't mind going through before we get into this. So, I've heard this criticism a lot. Should I do debates against prominent leftists like Destiny?
I would say that comparing Destiny to an OnlyFans girl is a false equivalency, but yeah, sure.
Okay. Is it not necessarily true that if I do debates with creators like Destiny, because I have a large platform, that he's probably going to peel off a good portion of my audience, or at least some portion of my audience, and vice versa?
Well, yeah, I think I see what you're doing. Like, you're going to be promoting the OnlyFans girls, and you're going to be getting them more business.
No, just answer my question, dude. Is it true?
Yes, it's true that Destiny may get viewers because you debate him.
Do you think that he engages in debates with large, prominent right-wingers like myself because he thinks that he'll be able to peel off portions of that audience for himself?
I don't know why, but maybe.
I mean, that follows, right?
Yeah, it's one of the reasons.
So by your logic, should I not debate with large, prominent leftists because there's a possibility that they can peel off some of my audience?
It's a false equivalency, I believe.
Can you answer my question?
Yes, you should.
Yes, I should. Okay. So then if that's the case, isn't it the case then that the types of people who would gravitate towards Destiny, who are in my audience, right? Those types of people would be looking for somebody like that anyway. That just because I'm there to rebuke them or to debate with their ideas does not mean I endorse their ideas or endorse what it is that they're doing, right?
Again, a false equivalency.
What's the false equivalency?
These are the framing tactics that you use, right? You create a false equivalency, then ask a bunch of
questions. What's the false equivalency?
Wouldn't you agree?
What's the false equivalency?
Destiny is not promoting.
No, he's way worse. He's way worse than an OnlyFans girl. Way worse than an OnlyFans girl.
Sure.
Right?
But you're the Christian that is promoting the.
How am I promoting it? Show me the promotion.
Well, because these girls would not be on the internet promoting their.
I don't think Destiny would be on the internet promoting it if he had no viewers either. So the thing is like engaging with the ideology.
I would argue that his views, which I disagree with, are not as dangerous as pornography.
Way more dangerous. The guys like him are the guys who push it everywhere in all corners. They're the guys, in fact, who have actual Democrat money pouring into their channels. And let me give you an example of one such organization which does this. I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but Brianna Wu is a prominent leftist inside of these spheres, created a left-wing organization which included Destiny, Vosh, a whole bunch of other creators. They bought up Twitch politics in order to push the message of degeneracy. They were going on every conservative platform they possibly could to get that message out. It was the fact that guys like me were there to completely eviscerate their ideologies that entire endeavor failed, right? What you're actually saying to me here is that because I go on a show where these women's views would be completely fucking unchallenged if I didn't, that would be better to leave them there unopposed rather than go on there because there's a possibility that some people could peel off towards that ideology.
So what you're saying is that a liberal espousing their own views in a respectful debate is the same thing as a hooker.
You think that Destiny debates respectfully?
I don't think you do. So I think.
Yeah.
That
do you think he does? He didn't.
No, I don't.
No, he doesn't. And the thing is that if you had ever watched a single episode of whatever, don't lie, you haven't.
No,
because otherwise you would know.
Well, I don't.
That's exactly right.
No,
otherwise, you would know that these debates actually are respectful until the other position becomes disrespectful, begins personal attacks, begins things like this. Now, what I engage in is a de-escalation tactic. No, it's a de-escalation tactic. So oftentimes if somebody's highly insulting towards you, if you hit back, it'll de-escalate what's going on. It doesn't escalate it further.
They're hookers. Right?
Yeah, do you think that because you're a hooker, that means you're stupid? Do you think that these hookers with college degrees who come out of these universities, they have degrees in psychology, philosophy, they have degrees in all kinds of shit?
Hold on. Do you think that G's? I watched a clip of you. Now I never watched the full episode, but I've seen plenty of clips. Right? Mm-hmm. Do you think that Jesus would have called a girl a retard and done the like? Are you?
You call people retards all the time.
I am not you. I'm not coming out and telling my audience.
Well, how can you? So you're going to hold me to a standard you won't hold yourself to?
100%. But
because
you. Only because hold on. Only because you're the one that's preaching, dude.
I specifically say I have no ministry. I'm not a preacher, and I make zero orthodox content. Zero.
You have this moral superiority complex where you're telling everybody what is right.
What's the morals? Well, okay, so that is true that I say that there's objective morality. You would agree with that. That Christian ethics are the objective morals in which we ought live our lives. You agree with that. But you can't say at the same time that you agree with those two statements that me saying you're a retard and you saying you're a retard somehow doesn't negate the fact that you're doing the exact same thing while you're trying to, quote, call me out. Yeah, dude, how does that work, bro?
Well, because it's very easy, right? I don't come on the internet and say I am this I guess you could say teacher of
I literally say I'm not a teacher, I'm not your guru, I'm not a preacher, I'm not a minister, I'm not here to do any of those things.
So you have an out, right? You say it's my duty to rebuke, then you mock and shame instead of teach.
So do you.
Yeah, but this is hold on.
What's the difference here? Why?
What aboutism, Andrew? What aboutism is exactly what I'm talking about with woke right? What woke right?
Well, look,
aboutism.
I would tend to agree with you that generally an argument from hypocrisy doesn't hold merit. And in this case, I'm not even making one. I'm just saying that if it is the case that your claim is Andrew thinks he's morally superior, therefore bad. And my claim that he's morally superior is because he does X activity, which is shame bad people online. Then if I ask you the same question, you shame bad people online, how's that not more an act of moral superiority? And your answer is
because I'm not morally superior, right?
Because you're not? You're not because you're not.
I am not.
So you engage in the same exact behavior and tactics, but I'm morally superior, you're not.
Yeah.
Against who? Against everybody, bro.
Bro, I'm
against everybody. You want to go through your tweets, bro?
I am a bully to bullies, bro.
You're a bully to bullies.
I'm a hypocrite. I'm a hypocrite.
Okay. Well, that was great, man. You really did me in with that one.
I am a hypocrite.
I agree.
If your argument, though, if you got to take me out of it, because whataboutism is never an argument, right? Mm-hmm. If your argument is this is what's right and wrong, and then you engage, just take me completely out of it. You engage in the behavior that you yourself is wrong, then we are both hypocrites because we're both.
No, just you. And let me explain. Actually, I'll explain. I'll explain it.
Because I'm not promoting an OnlyFans hooker. I'm talking about being
neither am I,
gentlemen.
Neither am I. But let me give a counter.
You can absolutely. I just want to make sure that we're realizing that we are a little off topic.
Yeah. We'll finish. We'll move into the topics or into the topic. So, actually, it would just be you who's a hypocrite. So here's why. Because this is your standard you're holding for me, not my standard I'm holding for you. I didn't say that you had a superiority complex. I didn't say that it was not okay for you to rebuke people who you had a problem with. These are not my positions. This is your position. By your admission, you're a hypocrite. By my admission, I'm not. I think it's perfectly acceptable, as Jesus Christ did, to call people vipers, whitewashed tombs. The distinction of the time with Jesus Christ, you would have gotten killed for calling somebody a name like that. They fucking killed you. It wasn't like oh, you're an asshole and you go about your day because it was freedom of speech. They pulled out a fucking sword and cut your ass in half. Why do you think the apostles all got killed? Almost all of them got killed in horrible ways because they said things which were considered offenses, right? You don't run the risk of that. You don't run the risk of like being fucking executed because you call me names on the internet. Mm-hmm. In the modern world, what I'm saying has to be far less offensive than what was being said by Christ because it's not a killable offense. Do you understand that? It's not a killable offense. These things are ways for us to engage in modernity with the people who are saying these things and give refutations and rebukes in a way which will hold eyeballs. You, though, sir, by making the bold claim that I am holding a morally superior position and then holding yourself to the same standard, are actually a hypocrite. I, though, am not.
Yeah, that was a really nice spin.
I'm waiting for you to give me a refutation.
I already did. I basically.
You already did.
No. I already did. Right,
okay.
And I can actually kind of double down on that because the way that I engage in debate with you, which is I tried last time in good faith until I sort of figured out how you do it. I try to actually stick to the topics, whereas you like to laugh and you like to get into these self-flatulation, like just.
You brought all this up, dude.
Yeah, and I did it in my opening statement. Now let's move on to the.
And so I gave refutations, and my refutation stands. You were not able to counter it. So on to the topic of the woke right.
Hold on, one final thing. When you say you weren't able to counter it after I countered it,
you didn't counter it.
It's your opinion, and it's the frame.
No. I gave an argument.
You basically literally just after every argument, Andrew, you say I win, and you do it over and
only
over
if I win. Only if I win. Yeah.
You didn't win shit.
If you don't listen, so that you know how arguments work.
This is going to be.
You give refutations. You give a refutation of what a person said. You can't double down and say I self-proclaim myself to be a hypocrite, and then by my standard of me being a hypocrite, by my standards, you are too. I don't hold the same standards and gave you the refutation.
Let's move on. This is going to be
okay. We'll go on. So let's go. Let's move on to the woke right then. Okay. So can I get a definition of the woke right?
Yes. It is a group of people that engage in identity politics, a victim mentality, with a hyperfixation on race, and I would say that the closest group that sort of I think embodies the entirety of it would be the Groyper movement, right? Where the left has the evil white capitalist is the source of.
Well, hang on. Can we just stay with the definition first, and I just make sure I get it down correctly? So a group of people who engage in identity politics and
identity politics have a victim mentality. They have a hyperfixation on race.
Okay.
Whereas, let's say, like my race is better than yours, right?
Got it. Yep.
Moral superiority, or I guess that would be identity politics. And what's the other one? I can't remember what I said. Victim mentality, race, and identity politics. Those are the three I would say main tenets. Oh, I'm sorry. The fourth one is, and the final one. There's four. Is the tactics of coercion and exclusion, essentially cancel culture. When you disagree with them, it's groupthink, mob mentality, where they will attack the people who disagree.
Got it. So just to make sure, woke right, a group of people engage in identity politics, victim mentality, hyperfixation on race, and utilize tactics of coercion and exclusion.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me why our founding fathers weren't woke right?
Yes, I can actually.
Okay.
So we have the founders who, let's say, exclusion.
Let's see. So they're a group of people who definitely engaged in identity politics in a very big way. Yes. They definitely had a victim mentality.
Well, they emphasize individual rights and moral.
They had a, well, hang on. I'm just going by your criteria. They had a hyper fixation on race. And they definitely practiced coercion and massive exclusion. They excluded women. They excluded minorities. They basically excluded everything. They even excluded Jews. They excluded everybody who wasn't a far Western European Christian. That would be mostly Britain and France. And they definitely had a fixation on race. They definitely had a victim mentality. They were saying that England was persecuting them.
Yeah, we're arguing this.
Yeah. So how is it that they don't fit? How is it that our founders don't fit every single criteria of the woke right?
Because it's 2025.
That's not an argument.
If woke right was created in 1776, you could make this argument.
So right? Was George Washington woke right?
Yeah, again, this I'm not playing this.
Can you answer my question? Was George Washington woke right?
No, because it didn't exist.
Oh, because it didn't exist.
You're asking me to.
Okay.
Was George,
okay, can I ask you? Let me ask a different question then. Did George Washington engage in identity politics?
Again, identity politics. The founders emphasized now for their time. They emphasized individual rights, moral agency over group identity. They endorsed broader principles, right? For example, equality under the law. Now, I understand that there was
for everybody.
All equality was a different word back then.
Oh, so it wasn't for everybody. So they definitely practiced exclusion. We can agree on that.
Under the law of their time.
So we can definitely say they practiced exclusion.
They said equality under the law.
Would you say that? Would you say slavery is coercion
under that law?
Yeah.
No, they didn't view slavery the same way.
So slavery was not coercion?
You're trying to create a false equivalency between.
Then why did they outlaw international slavery? Why did our founders outlaw international slavery and they only used localized slavery?
9 out of the 13 colonies were against slavery. Slavery was on its way out before this country was
international slavery was. Slavery persevered until the late 1800s.
Oh, I know
when we had a Civil War.
It did. I'm not saying it was.
But they definitely can you just answer my questions?
I think
they definitely practiced exclusion and coercion.
Not under their laws.
Okay, so how did they not practice exclusion under their laws?
Because under their laws, those exclusions were legal.
So as long as it's legal, it's so if the Groypers got everything they wanted and it was legal, that would be fine then.
Well, that's there's a totalitarian argument to the woke right where they want to change the laws.
Yeah, I know, but you're not really engaging here. So the thing is if all the Groypers, if it is the case that it was okay because it was the law, if the Groypers got everything that they okay, so then was it coercion and exclusion? Did they practice coercion and exclusion?
For that time, yes.
Okay, they did. So they meet at least the fourth category. Did they hyper focus on race?
Again, you're talking about a different time.
Can you just answer my question?
No,
dude?
if this is your argument, then you're creating a bullshit argument.
Okay, but can you just listen? I'll answer to your cross examination with yes or no's. Can you do that for me?
Yes, they did, Andrew.
Okay, they did. They hyper focused on race. Do you think that they engaged in identity politics?
They again emphasized individual rights and moral agency. They didn't want.
So that was identitarianism under the axiom of God, right? The axiom of God was our identity as a Christian nation is that we hold these truths to be self-evident under God, that this people group deserves X rights, right?
I agree, yes.
Okay, so then there would be identitarians for sure, and they practiced identity politics for sure, right?
Identity as a nation.
Well, as a people group as well, because not everybody could participate in the nation unless they were part of certain people groups.
You could say that, yes.
Okay, so then what you have established is that our founding fathers were all woke right by your admission.
If you want to try to fit that square peg in that round hole, by your definition, the founders were woke right.
Well, no, you just conceded that every portion of the definition that you gave applies to the founding fathers, which would include George Washington, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So basically George Washington is woke right?
Yes, Andrew.
Okay.
George Washington is under your definition is woke right.
Well, it's how is it my definition? Did I give you a definition of woke right?
I'm sorry, Andrew. You're right. Under my definition that you utilize that I
used.
You manipulated.
How did I manipulate it? I just applied it. I just applied it.
This is why I had to say this in my opening statement. What you do is you manipulate conversation.
That's not manipulation. It's an argument.
Yeah.
And what I did was a Socratic method in order to apply your definition and see if you consistently would apply it across the board.
Because you asked me a question over and over again if they engaged in identity politics. And I told you they emphasized individual rights.
But those rights didn't apply to everybody, right?
They fought to get rid of slavery as opposed to what the woke right now is, which is
Did they fight to give women rights?
At the time, I don't think so. No.
No. So the thing is that
they were trying to.
Yeah, but if it is the case that you exclude half of the population, that would be pretty identitarian, right?
There was a focus on race, but it wasn't exclusionary. It was
It
inclusionary.
wasn't exclusionary. The focus on race by our founders was not exclusionary. Did you just say that?
I say that they were trying to end slavery by the founding of this country. They were on their way to working towards a society.
No, they abolished international slavery and then kept grandfathered slavery in until all of them were dead.
When we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created,
but not women, right?
Yeah. Exactly. You're talking about a different time.
Again, yeah, so not all women. So then it's exclusionary definitionally,
if
right?
If you view this argument through the lens of 1776, my definition and yours can be taken as woke right if you use this framing tactic.
Yeah. So it's not a framing tactic. It's just applying it. So if I were to say, for instance, would you
being reductive on
would you consider
yeah,
of course no, I'm just reducing. It is true that I'm reducing the argument, but the thing is arguments beg to be reduced so that we can see if they're consistent. When we move back, for instance, if I were to ask you, a lot of the founders, you agree with me, like Thomas Jefferson, were deists, right?
Yeah, there was a couple.
Yeah, they were deists. You wouldn't say that those are Christians, would you?
No.
Okay, but even though at the time, right, the way that Christianity was practiced in the United States, far different than it is now, but you can still make the application for consistency as to what a Christian was or wasn't. Your idea of woke right is taking a descriptor of behaviors, and then with the descriptor of behaviors, you're trying to assign it a label, in this case, woke right. That's fine to do, but the descriptor needs to apply across all groups. So otherwise, the descriptor is meaningless, doesn't point to anything. Because this descriptor is about behavior. It's just like with the trans movement. If you were to say a woman is a woman, is a woman is a woman, it's an infinite regress. So if I said, Misfit Patriot, what is a woman? You said a woman's anybody who identifies as a woman. You've given me an empty label. It doesn't point to anything. When you say woke right, you're saying this points to a pattern of behavior. If that's the case, then by the metric of this pattern of behavior, all of these guys, our entire founding father, all of them would be woke right.
Sure.
So if that's the case, then who's closer to the ideals of the founding fathers, you or the fucking Groypers?
I would say me, because I don't ask for authoritarian. I don't ask for laws to be changed
They did.
Hold on. They set these laws, right? So we started with, these are the American laws, right? The founders founded the law. They didn't try to change the laws that they founded. They founded the laws that we are supposed to abide by. Okay, so they're trying to change the laws of the founders.
No, they're not. Listen here, like, I'll give you an example. And the thing is, I'm not a Groyper, but this is so silly. It's so easy. It's so easy for me to dismantle it.
I said you were woke right adjacent.
Yeah, but I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying, like, I'm not even a Groyper, and this still is just so easy to dismantle. It makes no sense. So if we go through this, when you say, well, our founders are trying to give us laws we can't dismantle, that's just factually not true. They gave us multiple amendment processes to do this. Like, for instance, we have the 19th Amendment. We have the 18th Amendment, right, which was the prohibition on alcohol. We have, I could go through line after line. The same thing with the 10th Amendment, which gave states all sorts of appropriate rights to change, including the state religion if they wanted to. So it's like, how could you even make this argument that, well, they want to change laws? Like, so?
Do you think that the Groypers are arguing for constitutional amendments and and legal process of changing laws, or do you think that they're saying, like, we need to kick every Indian out of the country? Do you
lawfully? I've only ever heard them say lawfully that they want to do these things.
I think I've heard it differently than.
Well, where are they advocating violence? I don't see them advocating violence.
Do you want me to go right now into?
No, hang on. You can't take anons, because if you take anons, I can go on any side of the political spectrum.
No. Let's go with Nick Fuentes yesterday, right?
Okay.
So I guess this was an anon, but Nick Fuentes, one of his Groyper followers, threatened to rape and murder Sarah Fields, right?
Yeah.
Literally, like, full.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the exchange.
Now, I understand that it can't be held to account.
Yeah, you literally can't put it at the feet of the organization that a guy does bad action.
I understand, but it's a pattern of behavior, and like I said, I have many DMs from these Groypers. Like, I'm talking.
Well, look, I'm not here to defend Groypers, right, or the anons of Groypers, but I am pointing out that Fuentes himself, as far as I've seen, has never advocated any sort of violence towards anybody. At least not any more than you do. Like if you joke around and go, these people need to get the fuck out of here if they don't love this country, I don't think that's an advocation of violence. But the thing is like if these people on the woke right, what you consider to be the woke right, are just advocating that, hey, we want to change the laws to tailor them to whatever people group we have. So fucking what? That's literally part of the democracy process, isn't it?
Sure. I think you're being a little too reductive. I understand that arguments are made to be reduced, like you said, but the woke, let's go with the Groyper movement. Let's just use the Groyper movement as a baseline of the group that we're talking about because they fit the most.
Because they piss off Jordan Peterson, right? And they piss off James Lindsay because they troll him.
and by the way, James Lindsay's argument is not my argument, which is funny. I never heard of James Lindsay. I was calling the woke right in 2021. And it's because the woke left was trying to cancel me. And in the process of canceling me, there were people on the right that didn't like my personality, and they would literally team up. And I noticed, this is just a personal thing, this wasn't broadly defining anything. I noticed, I was like, these are conservatives, but they're like harassing me. They're being really woke. They're using woke language. They're changing language definitions.
Like what?
It's just stupid stuff, like on TikTok where they would say the word grape like the fruit instead of rape. Like,
well, that's because the TikTok TOS will throw you off if you don't say that.
So they're willingly giving up their First Amendment. I never did that, right? So
wait, how is that woke?
Well, when you self-censor, you're sort of giving up your own First Amendment right. Right.
No. So that would be coercion, right? So the idea here would be,
again,
if you want to have a platform to speak, right, and you have to censor what you're saying, like if you were an AM radio host,
this is
right?
A throwaway, yeah.
And you had to self-censor because the fucking FCC said that you couldn't play like gangsta rap music or some shit like that. I don't think you're being censored, dude.
I get it. Let's move on because that's just a little small bullet point. But anyway, I would have a bunch of people that were on the right, like conservatives, MAGA, that were doxing me and attacking me, and it was just, I was like, these people sound really woke, so I called them woke, right? I called them woke conservatives. This is in 2021. Never heard of James Lindsay until like a few months ago. James Lindsay's argument, he's coming at it from like a sort of intellectual side, and when I look at him, I'm like, he's talking about moral relativism, and I'm like, dude, you lost me, right? He's making it very complicated. I think that what we're doing, a lot of people, when we're trying to define the woke right, is we're trying to isolate a bad group of actors, which we believe are a bad group of actors.
Who you disagree with.
Yeah, we disagree with them, and we're just trying to identify them. That way, we are not broadly defining, like I said, you're not woke right. So when we're saying woke right, the vast majority of people, we're trying to basically go, hey, these people are acting a lot like leftists. They're making everything about identity politics, everything about race, everything about, it's somebody else is responsible for all of my problems, right?
Let's go through that then, because I don't even think that makes a lot of sense. So I would make the bold claim first and foremost that all politics are identity politics.
I think that's kind of fair. It's on a spectrum. Yeah.
All politics are identity politics.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair.
So then by your admission and by my admission, we would say that all political groups engage in identity politics, and all people who have political opinions are engaging in identity politics as well, right?
Sure. So a hyperfixation on identity politics is the argument we're making.
Well, if all politics are identity politics, then all of us are hyper-focusing on that if we're making political claims.
It's not the main thing that we focus on when we make our arguments. Some of us, I mean, most of us, right?
I mean, but it is, right? You have an identity, or you have a ideology which you identify with,
I think
that you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main tenet of politics, right? This is my ideology.
But that would be identitarianism. Would be your identity is tied in with the idea. So, for instance, I'm a Christian ethicist. You couldn't untie Christianity from my ethics.
Yeah, sure.
So that would be part of my identity, right?
Yeah,
like if Andrew Wilson was no longer Orthodox Christian, that you would be talking to a different Andrew Wilson than the one you're talking to.
If your goal is to just reduce this all to you can apply this here too, then yes, you can apply anything to this argument and make it seem the way that you're.
Well, I'm not trying to make it seem like anything, right? No, I'm just looking for check consistency.
I was very clear that here's the check consistency: a hyper fixation on identity politics.
Yeah, but I'm arguing that all politics is a hyperfixation on identity. Well, then you don't hyperfixate on your identity as it pertains to ideology.
I don't think so. No.
You don't promote that you're a Christian as your identity.
It's a side note to me.
You don't hyper focus
my arguments could be made if I was a Christian or not. My arguments could be made the same way.
No, they couldn't. That would not be possible.
Yeah, because I make arguments based off of.
Okay, well here I'll show you.
I'm a constitutionalist.
No, I'll prove it to you. Hang on. I'll actually prove this so that you understand. Because look, what you're saying right now actually can't be true. Here, I'll give you the example. Do you agree with me that incest is wrong? It's immoral.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to base that on Christian ethics, right?
Yeah.
As an atheist,
sure.
As an atheist, tell me why two homosexual brothers having sex with each other is actually wrong.
I mean, I honestly can't answer how an atheist would argue it.
Because they can't.
But I'm not an atheist.
Right. That means that your identity is tied in.
Hold on. I'll take my best stab at it.
Okay, go ahead.
My best stab at it is...
It's against the law. That's all you can say. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think that human beings, and I know that you'll probably say that's an identity, human beings would probably just reject that just naturally, instinctually, right? So instinct. So yes, again, you can reduce this all to everything can be...
Yeah, but who cares if that doesn't make the claim it's immoral because people reject it.
But yeah, identity politics, again, right, where it's a hyperfixation, where this is what I am. I am a blank, right? Putting us into these little mini... Well,
you have to do that because otherwise you have no identity. You are a Christian identitarian.
All we're trying to do is say that yes, identity is what we are all arguing. What people like me are doing is saying your identity is woke, right?
Okay, but if it is the case that the criteria matches completely with your own ideology, you would also be included in this woke. So if you're hyper-focusing on identity politics, which you are, if it is the case that you trumpet your Christianity as being the main corset of your identity, which it must be, because if I separated Christianity from you, the person, you are no longer the same person, correct?
When I argue politics, my constitutionality is the main argument.
Yeah, but your constitutionality is forming through a prism of Christian ethics, or you don't know how to apply it, right?
Again, it's a spectrum.
So that's like the hyper-focusing on identity politics. It's the same thing as a racialist.
No, I think when you go with the Constitution, you're going off an objective set of facts, right? Which is
a subjective state of facts.
Well, no, like we have the Constitution. It's essentially the rule book.
No. Listen. Okay, well, fine. If it's objective, then are you saying that rights exist objectively?
Yeah. The
okay, where? Show me where.
The United States has these inalienable. Obviously, there's the inalienable rights. Yeah. And then there's the laws. Right?
Yeah, but where do they exist?
In the Constitution.
Yeah, but where? Where do these rights exist in reality, except in your brain?
What? Dude, you're losing me.
Yeah. So do you have a right to own a gun?
Yes, under the Constitution.
Okay, you have a right to own a gun under the Constitution, right?
Yes.
But isn't that just a concept? Like you don't actually have that right?
Yes. Again, you can do that. You can do this all day, where you reduce it down to.
Well, this isn't even a reduction. I'm just clarifying the statement that that rights are conceptual.
It's just the Second Amendment is just this nuanced thing that we.
No, it's not nuanced. I think the Second Amendment. Here, let me give it to you. I'll just tell it to you off the top of my head. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I could go down a bunch of them, a big line of them. I know the Constitution inside and out, right? Mm-hmm. Not every preamble which has ever existed in it, but I could probably even reference a lot of those. But the thing is that these are axiomatic concepts. The axiom being one nation under God. That's an axiom. This is saying we hold these truths to be self-evident. That's the axiom, right? That these rights are inalienable under God. This is axiomatic, right?
And
but that's conceptual because if you go to other countries, you don't have these rights, right?
I guess I don't.
Yeah, so they're not inalienable, really, except as far as we can enforce them, right?
We hold them to be self-evident, right? All men are created equal.
Yeah,
right?
But an axiom is something which you consider to be a self-evident truth. That's what an axiom means.
Correct.
Okay, so this would be an axiom, right?
Sure.
To them, it's self-evident, but you go to a different culture, it's not self-evident.
100%.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Right?
So then these are not objective truths, and they're subjective truths.
Sure.
Yeah, so if it's subjective, if these are subjective truths that we're leaning into, then when you say, no, I go off of an objective truth, which is the Constitution, you don't actually. You go off of a subjective truth, which you use your identitarian prism in order to say, no, I actually believe that these rights are inalienable, not just axiomatic, but they're justified on God himself. So that would be the core of your identitarianism.
Sure. Okay. So you're saying there is no woke right because everybody has identity.
At least on the identitarian front.
So you can make your argument.
Only on the identitarian front would I make this case.
Your argument that I could use against you is there's no woke left either.
No, well, when we say woke on the left, we're talking about...
What is woke on the left?
Yeah, so that would be intersectional politics, which is based specifically on specifically elevating one victim class over another victim class.
That's woke right.
Yeah, but it's not, though, and I'm going to explain why. But I'll give the counter too for each one of these definitions for how it applies to woke left and intersectionality, but not the right, who rejects intersectionality. All of them, in fact, kind of categorically reject intersectionality. But that doesn't mean that they don't have to play within the purview of the left. So imagine it this way, politically. So when you and I are debating, we both have a distinct worldview, right? Yes. Like it's a distinct way that we view the world. If the left views the entire world through intersectionality, when you're talking to them, you're talking about them through that view. That's all that they understand is that view. So if you destroy their arguments, you're destroying them inside of that view of the left. That's what you're doing. So if people force intersectionality, woke leftists force intersectionality on the right, then the right has every right to reduce that to rubble by saying, oh, if that's the case, that we're doing people group elevation, we should also be able to elevate whichever people group we decide should be elevated. You're using their worldview as a weapon against them. That is not you purposely adopting this as some type of precept for your ideology. It's a way to reduce their ideology to fucking rubble. Mm-hmm. Do you understand?
So by using their own hyperfixation on intersectionality, then the woke right is using their own hyperfixation on intersectionality to sort of reduce their argument and
so think of it,
which turns them into woke right.
No, they wouldn't be woke right still. Well, they wouldn't actually follow the same concept. So it would be like this.
They do though.
A kid says that oven's not hot, and I say yes it is. You're going to burn your hand if you touch it. No, I won't. And you say, well, go ahead, touch it. And they touch it and they burn their hand. You're like, ha, Andrew, look at that. You're guilty, just like him, of thinking that the oven was, you know what I mean? It makes no sense. It's like, look, when you go into people who identify in identity politics, we have to agree that all of us are hyper-focused on identity politics. There's no way around it. When you say a victim mentality, right? Do you think that it's legitimate that, like, don't you agree that there is a lot of actual victims who are white who have been victimized by the DEI of the left? Like, that's a legitimate grievance, isn't it?
Yeah, they would argue this. The woke left would argue the same thing.
Yeah, but you're using their view to point out that by your view, woke leftists, the grievances that you would hold in racial categories, we also would have a stake in by your metrics.
And you're proving my point.
That's not a proof of your point. It's a proof of the rejection of the ideology.
But they engage in the same thing.
They're not engaging in it. They're just pointing out the absurdity of it.
No, but then they do engage in it. They talk about how white people are oppressed. You just said it, right? White people are oppressed. Identity politics with a hyperfixation on race. This is what the Groyper movement is basically all about. White people are victims because of some magical, mystical figure out there, these Jewish controlled fucking space lasers that are, and like Nick Fuentes went on Alex Jones and said, if all Jewish people were transported to the moon, the world's problems would go away, right? You telling me that that's not a hyper fixation on identity politics and intersectionality?
I think it's a hyper focus on identity politics. I just don't think that any particular group has any pass on hyper focusing on identity politics. Why? So, like, from your view, I have a better word for this. Would be reactionary. So these groups all call themselves reactionary. Fuentes and the Groypers call themselves reactionaries. That actually makes sense because if they're saying, "Look, you're imposing X on us, we're reacting to that by doing by showing you the exact same behavior back, and you don't like it."
Bro, exactly. They are doing exactly what you're saying. We are going to act woke against you.
Then that would be reactionary, not woke right.
So we're saying the same thing.
No, they're not holding the same set of beliefs. That's the delineation. So here, maybe I can do it in an analogy.
But you just said the woke left is one victim class over the other. What the Groyper
racial categorized victim classes which need to have grievances which they don't even have addressed.
Then you have that on both sides.
No, you don't. You actually really don't. So the idea of racial grievance really only comes in as a form of internal critiques, what I'm trying to explain to you. So like, let's pretend for a second you had a prison where the prisoners didn't want to eat shit, but every single day the prison guards put a piece of shit on their plate, right? And said, you have to eat it. One day the prisoners riot and they take it over. The next day, right, they force the prison guards to eat shit. The prison guards are like, fuck, I really don't like this. And they're like, see, yeah, that sucks, doesn't it? Right? The prisoners themselves are not adopting the ideology that you should eat shit. That was the ideology of the guards. They're just showing the problems in the presentation. That's the same exact thing you would do against any proponents of your ideology who tried to force it on you as a form of protest.
Well, then the argument for the woke left would be we were treated poorly under slavery and we're reactionary. So
they consider themselves the opposite. They consider themselves to be progressive, not reactionary, non-reactionary. So they're progressing by using intersectionality. The right wing is reacting to the quote progress by holding up a mirror and saying, look, if it is the case that you want to make everything intersectional and break down every single people group and this and that, that also can be utilized in our favor against you. But it does not mean that that's a core of their ideology, because it's not. No, it's a weapon.
It's a never-ending cycle, because it's basically somebody is always going to come back in this reactionary thing. The left is going to say we're progressive, not reactionary, but we're reacting to. Well,
they're not. They're never reactionary. That's why they don't call themselves that.
No, the main tenet of the woke left is reaction.
Bro, they hold all institutional power. What are they reacting to?
If I can add in, I think the question is whether the woke right exists or not, but I don't know if it matters whether it's right or not in terms of the reactionary versus not reactionary identification.
Yeah, I mean, it matters, and here's why it matters. When we're talking about if I said, so here's what Misfit Patriot's doing. It's a word categorization fallacy. And here's what's going on. If I say no to a trans person, you can't be a woman. They say, no, you're saying I don't exist. You're trying to erase my identity, right? You're trying to erase who I am because you claim that that's not what it is. Here, I'm doing the same type of criticism. I'm saying, no, what you're pointing to as being the woke right, as a behavioral set, actually here doesn't make any sense. The word reactionary in its place would actually make sense. It would be reacting to things which are pushed on them rather than adopting this ideology as being one that's correct. So if these guys got power, they're not going to impose intersectionality. That's ridiculous.
That's what
it's not their ideology.
They argue for white. There's a lot of white nationalism, hyperfixation.
That's not intersectionality. Yeah. No, that's not intersectionality.
So let me ask you a question, just so we can sort of put a button on this.
Yeah.
Does woke exist, right? Because you said woke left exists, right?
Yes, woke left exists. Well, here, let's go through it. We'll go through it. Intersectionality emphasizes social categories are not isolated, but interconnected, influencing each other, shaping person's overall experience. These intersecting identities can create overlapping systems of discrimination, disadvantage, leading to unique forms of marginalization and oppression. Intersectionality also considers the broader societal structures, political systems, and contributions to inequality and discrimination. Remember, equity is the core point of wokeism. Equity. This is something that's categorically rejected by the right and the Christian right. The idea of equity, the idea of egalitarianism itself is now rejected by the left even. Now they say it's equity. So they frame it like this. There's never going to be people who are exactly the same height. So if you're trying to look over a fence and they're trying to look over a fence, they're going to have an advantage, right? Equity is about putting a box under them so that they can stand on the box and also look over the fence. That is the basis for intersectionality. That is completely rejected by not only Fuentes and the Grapers, but it's rejected by all of what you would consider the dissident right.
No.
They don't want a box under them so that they can be equal or have equity with some other social group. They're actually demanding the opposite. They're saying, look, we already are looking over the fence. We don't need any of this shit. You're just trying to steal fucking everything we have. That's what they're saying, right? It's the opposite.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, they're just like the left and making it up, right? They're saying the problem is Jewish supremacy. We are oppressed. We need, even though they don't use the word equity, we want equality with the people who control.
No, they're not demanding
lives.
equality. It's none of their tenets are about equality or equity.
They are.
Their tenets are actually the opposite. They're like, no two people are ever going to be equal. There's never going to be any such thing as equity. They don't demand equity ever. None of them.
Do they focus on a disadvantage that they have under
political disadvantages are not what equity means. Equity is a categorization of
multiple forms of race, multiple forms of oppression, multiple forms of oppression, disadvantage, such as race, gender.
Yeah, but where's the equity that they're demanding? What equity are they demanding?
They don't use the word equity
because they're not demanding it. The whole point of intersectionality is for equity.
They want the people who are that they are disadvantaged against, right?
No,
they want those people to be out of power.
No. They're saying this. They're saying, I can already see over the fence, right? I'm not going to let you cut my legs off so that you can see over the fence too. That's the opposite of equity. What the left wants is equity, where they take a piece off of you so that some social group can also see over the fence. The right and dissident right categorically reject that. They reject equity completely. That's the merit of intersectionality, is equity. Otherwise, what's the point of it? Like, let me ask you directly. What would the point of intersectionality be if the left wasn't fighting for equity? What would it be?
So you're saying the only tenet of woke is intersectionality?
No. I'm not saying it's the only tenet. We could throw in things like LGBTQ and things, but it's always going to reduce to equity. The idea is always about equity.
So the entire woke movement is about equity.
That's what the left wing view would be equity. The idea of having some type of like artificial lift that is at the expense of some other group. This is what the dissident right and the right wing categorically dismiss and reject as being no good. Same thing as you. You would reject the exact same ideology. Say that's no good. Fuck your equity. Sorry about the size of your box, but you don't get to take my leg to see over the same fence, right? You would say the same shit.
Don't you think that the woke right, which I would say that they would have more of a view under your own acknowledgement towards the founders and the framework, where the founders focused on equity, right? Where it's like
the founders never focused on equity. Well, the opposite.
All men. Hold on. What does all men created equal mean?
Equality is not equity. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but what the left is after is they're after egalitarianism with equity. So that would not be equality the way that you and I view it. They would say that we already have equality of opportunity, right? But some people need an artificial lift up so that they can somehow compete with the rest of planet Earth. That would be the equity that they're after. Not egalitarianism in the sense of the law, but equity in the sense of taking from this group to give it to themselves so that they feel like they can be artificially empowered to meet whatever the demands are of said group that they want to be part of.
Okay, so I understand your argument of woke left. I think that a lot of people would at least acknowledge that there are similarities between the two groups, right?
Yeah, but if I reduce it to what it actually is, equity.
If you reduce it to what it actually is, right? Now, I think what I'm trying to say, and I think that what a lot of people are trying to say is, okay, this is the woke right is there's a duck, right? And the duck is the woke left. The woke right is walking like the duck. It's talking like the duck. It's quacking like the fucking duck. And we're going, hey, that looks like a fucking duck.
Yeah,
right?
but
that's what we're doing.
I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't. Again, I've reduced this already so you can see it a million times. They're not actually quacking like the duck. what they're doing is they're rejecting the ideology of equity and inclusion, both of these tenets.
Woke right is just trans. They're just like, they just look a little bit like the woke left.
They don't even look like them. You just have a failure of pinpointing the distinction in ideologies, and that's why like no leftist, no woke leftist is going to consider these groups to be woke. They only jump on board with that because they feel like it's a humiliation ritual for them that's brought on by guys like you. They don't really think, though, for a second that these guys are about intersectional equity. Of course not. It's ridiculous.
So they're just acting. What I get your argument. Your argument is there's no woke left in a literal sense because the woke. The woke right.
Yeah.
There's no woke right in a literal sense because if you reduce it down to equity,
to ideology.
Well, if you said equity, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying the ideology reduces to equity.
Yeah. No, I think what you're doing is, and you're making a good argument because left is equity, right, and right is different. So you have a problem with using the word woke
because it's not a good descriptor. Well, reactionary would be a good descriptor.
Woke comes from waking up, right? Waking up. That's why it's woke. Waking up to the fact that there is some power. There is some power over us that we need to overthrow, and we need to take back the power because now there's this power structure. You're focusing on the left in woke left, not the woke in woke left.
Yeah, right? But listen, this started from black leadership who was talking about an oppressor class who was oppressing them. And what equity needed to look like for them. Equity that's the main tenet is equity. But the dissident right, ideologically reduced, rejects categorically the idea of equity. They even reject categorically the idea of egalitarianism.
But that's the left argument, right? So the left argument is the equity argument, right? Woke just means you are waking up, quote, woke, wake, right? Waking up to an oppressed class, right?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean that. The etymology of the word comes from the black leadership saying that equity is the necessary. They woke up to the fact they needed equity. Equity was the key point here for all of these woke leftists. If you talk to any, and I've done hundreds of debates with left wingers across the country, right? I know that you would love to categorize me and say, Andrew just debates with whores on the internet, but the most prominent left wingers in the world I've tangled with on these topics time and time and time again. The reduction in the argument for ideology from the right comes down to this. We reject social inclusivity and equity. We reject it. From the left, it comes down and is reduced to we demand it. We demand inclusivity and equity. That's the distinction between the two groups. You would find yourself more on what you consider to be the woke right side than you would the woke left side, in fact. Don't you think equity and inclusion is fucking stupid? Don't you think that necessarily is fucking stupid?
Yeah, of course I do.
Yeah, so does every dissident right-winger who exists. The idea, though, that they are identitarians because they're reactionaries, right? And they say things like, oh, we don't want unfettered illegal immigration in here. Does that mean that they're racist? No, of course not. Does that mean that they're evil? No, of course not.
No,
but they're definitely identitarians.
That does not mean that they're evil. What they are that does not mean that they're racist. They just are fucking racist, right? That's the thing. Anybody with a set of eyes can see that this group, right? And I love how you just went through a whole entire reduction argument and then said, well, you can reduce me down to arguing with hookers. I reduce your arguments down
No. I said it. I think you would love to categorize me as that, not a reduction.
I reduce your arguments down to the way that you argue with people, right? Which is basically reducing everything down to the simplest set, right? Which is your debate tactic, and I get it.
It's not a tactic. That's just logic.
That's how you debate.
That's logic, though.
So your logical debate tactic.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, just logical. It's just logic, right?
You're logical.
Well, so when you take logic, you're taking a set of propositions, and because of the law of excluded middle, they're either true or false. So it's either true that the woke right is the same as the woke left, or it's not true. I'm fundamentally saying it's untrue, and then I take the second proposition.
Well, nobody's ever made that.
They have the same tenets. That's the second argument. I reject that as untrue and give my evidence for it. So I have now taken these logical propositions, which must be either true or false, and shown how both are false.
You have it. That's the thing, right? And I was just about to say what you have done is you have pointed out the distinction between left and right. And I am telling you, right, that there is the woke. Just because Just because the black leadership started the woke movement, right? And you have to understand, we gave the title of woke to them, right? We're like they
gave themselves that title.
I say as a pejorative. We sort of
they gave themselves that title though.
We use it as an insult. Would you argue that point? The right uses woke.
Well, yeah, far later actually, but yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the right gave this title as a sort of a categorization against separating the moderate left, liberals, and the progressives, the radical progressives.
No, it's a tenet of all leftists.
Sure, but what I'm saying is every normal person thinks that there is a difference between, let's say, I don't know, like Christian cinema and Ilhan Omar, right? One's woke and the other one's not exactly woke, right? Like, and I get it that every leftist is woke to a degree. However, when you give this group a name, right, you don't have to reduce it to a literal sense. You're basically going, these are the categories of this group. Woke left is a radical group of progressives that focus on identity, politics, and race, right? What we're saying is on the right, it's a radical group of extremists that focus on identity and race, right? The difference being the hyperfixation on race is there. The hyperfixation on victim mentality is there. The hyperfixation on cancel culture, exclusion, and coercion is there. Those tenets are just present in the group. And because those things are present, no matter how they're defined literally, they are present, then we are just calling it the same thing with a different name. We're calling woke left these tenets, which they have, woke right these tenets, which they have. Now you're making the argument, but everybody has those tenets. And that's when I come back in with it's kind of like really like something that you don't have to explain. You just see it, right? It's like there is a clear difference between the Groyper movement and the MAGA movement. I think that's very prevalent.
I think that they would agree, but that would not. But here's why here's why you're having trouble here with the distinction.
I'm not.
Woke right and woke left. I would say that the woke right is a group which hyper-focuses on using the English language to make political points in the United States, and that the woke left is a group which hyper-focuses on the English language to make political points in the United States. See, they're exactly the same. Do you see? No, they're exactly the same. They both use the English language in order to make political points in the United States. So they're exactly the same thing, right?
Hitler drank water,
that's my whole point. When you create a descriptor, right? The descriptor is supposed to point at the behavioral patterns, which you can then dictate based on the ideology. Mm-hmm. You have two distinct ideologies you're looking at here. One, which is using the prismatic of elevation through equity, and the other, which rejects it. You saying that because both can focus on racial consciousness or things like that due to grievances, that would be every group which exists on Earth. Mm-hmm. Every single group which exists on Earth is going to have some case of racial consciousness, in-group consciousness, in-group think. All of them, because all politics are identitarian. You just making the claim that both groups have a set of racial consciousness doesn't actually put them in the same category unless you're going to admit that because they both make language, the English language, a hyperfixation so that they can make political points, they're exactly the same group. That doesn't make any sense, right?
I think that you're reducing it down to something like Trump drank water, Hitler drank water, where in reality it's something they're very closely mirroring each other, and they have a distinction between the majority of the group that they're in. So you have the right, and then you have like what we call the woke right.
Okay, what's the difference between the two?
So the difference, like I said, the difference between the woke left and the woke right?
The difference between the right and the woke right.
Okay, the difference between the right and the woke right is, I would say, there's a hyperfixation on Christian nationalism versus patriotism, right? So MAGA is more of like Agenda 47. When I say MAGA, I'm talking about Trump's policies.
Yeah, those are all Christian nationalists who got Trump elected.
Yeah, I understand who got him elected. It doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, it's Christian nationalism is the agenda of the day for the right.
Well, I mean, one could make the argument that bringing in the moderates and bringing in the center is what got him elected, right? We can make that argument all day without.
I don't think he really pandered to him. Really, he really in a second term, or for when he's running for a second term, made revenge against the system his primary edict. The Christian nationalists, though, were the ones who broadly were the most supportive. And Christian nationalism itself is an identity. You are a Christian and a nationalist, right?
I think that I don't like. So we're talking about his base versus versus how many people voted for him. I don't think that any political candidate wins off their base alone.
No, right? I agree. Yeah.
So
he's just better than the alternative, but the vast majority of the people who kept his popularity in check were Christian nationalists. Yeah. I can point at all of them. You yourself, aren't you a Christian nationalist?
No, I mean, I call myself a Christian patriot because I think the difference between nationalism and patriotism is nationalism is support for one's country at the expense of another nation, whereas patriotism is love for one's country and doing what's best for that country no matter what it is, right? So having relationships with like a country like Israel, which is beneficial to America, I think it's patriotic to support that.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, you still come down to America first, right?
Oh, 100%.
So even if it's the case that we're exploiting some other country, you're still going to go with America, right?
So here's the difference. I think that the difference is in a slogan form is one Christian nationalist is America only. I'm America first, right? Where I think you should put America's interest first, number one, but not exclude.
What do you think Christian nationalists believe?
Christian nationalists, I believe that they want a nationalistic society, which is a society that is superior and to the detriment of other nations.
No, not to the detriment. They're fine. They're fine with open trade, which can be mutually beneficial. But if you're putting your country first, necessarily, if you get the better end of a trade deal, that's always going to be considered exploitative, and that's fine. So what?
I think we agree on that.
So like, what's the issue here? Even with Christian national, like it sounds like you would be on that side of things.
I think that there is a slippery slope of nationalism that leads to authoritarianism. It leads to exclusion.
Everything leads to authoritarianism, dude.
And it leads to isolationism. Isolationism also.
Yeah, that's good too. Look,
I don't believe isolationism.
Listen, isolationism doesn't mean the United States on its own. It just means that all benefits which go to the United States first. That's what isolation policy is.
The definition of isolationism.
No, pull up isolation policy. It has to do with tariffs and taxes.
What does the word isolation mean?
But do you know that words have multiple meanings?
Sure.
And when you're talking about isolationism as a political praxeology, you're talking about tariffs, right? You're talking about tariffs. No, I'm serious. Look it up. Look up political isolationism.
To use your own logic, right? To get any argument, right? You need to reduce it down to a plus minus. The isolationism at its core tenet is isolation, right? Where it's alone. It's not that's
not what it means.
Hold on, but used as a political argument, it doesn't mean just alone.
Not a political argument, just that words mean different things. Two and two mean all three mean different things.
Yeah, woke means different things. That's the thing.
Okay, but here's the thing: if you're going to make the allocation for a word like woke, you say no. This thing that fits this group politically. You're definitionally saying it's the same thing on both sides. I'm saying it's not the same thing on both sides. And so you would be rejecting. No, you're making mine actually.
No.
If you make the claim, so if I make the claim, these two words actually mean different things between these two groups, that's fine. If you make the claim though, these are exactly the same tenets for both, which is what you're making.
Well, I said that. No. The tenets, right, are descriptors of the first part of the description. Woke tenets to then bring in right or left. My argument is that you're absolutely spot on, where the left is all about equity, right? And I think that the difference between the woke right and the woke left is they have all the tenets of woke, right? But instead of equity, diversity, equity, and inclusion, they focus on nationalistic, religious.
So they're reactionary, not woke. Reactionary.
Reactionary is the woke left too.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Reactionary has a completely different meaning politically. And do you want me to give it to you?
Can you maybe describe how it would be reactionary on the left?
Oh yes, I think that the left is reacting to oppression that they view oppression. No.
Agreed.
I'm not saying that I think this way.
No, I agree. I
think that
agree.
Their reaction.
That's not a reaction, though. That's not reactionary. Reactionary is of a person's set of views opposing political or social liberalization or reform. So that would be reactionary. The left is in charge of the institutions of power. They're not fucking reacting to nothing. Tell me, what are they doing as far as opposing political or social liberalization or reforms? They're the ones who bring all of the liberalization and reforms, dude. They can't be reactionaries.
I'm talking about they were reacting in a
No, we're not talking about reacting. Like somebody taps me on the shoulder and I go, "Ho," and it frightens me. That's a reaction. We're talking about political reactionaries. Political reactionaries. These words have definitional meaning. A political reactionary is opposing political, social liberalizations or reforms. The left is the ones proposing those reforms. So who necessarily is fighting against them? The right. The right is definitionally reactionary. The dissident groups you're talking about, Fuentes himself often makes this point. We're reactionaries. That's what he says about his group. Our group is a bunch of reactionaries, he says. So if that's the case, and I look up the definition, the political definition, which is opposing political, social liberalization reforms, it's fucking exactly what he's doing. That would be the opposite of woke, which would be the pushing of political, social liberalization.
Wouldn't you say that the left was reactionary from the political policy of slavery, right? Like that's the main argument that you're making, right? So they were reactionary to a political ideology of we should have
well, like you could say that if you said that Confederate ideology was reactionary, I would say that's probably true. Sure. But I wouldn't say that Union policy was reactionary. They were the ones who were setting the liberalization policy, even past that of slavery.
Okay, but the policy was slavery in the country, and then
but even past the policy of slavery, like you can even have agreement to some liberal forms of liberalization, but that doesn't mean that your group is reactionary. In this case, though, they are definitely reactionaries, and they're the political side of it, the political definition, that fits perfectly. There's the idea of woke doesn't, because they're not fighting for equity or intersectionality.
The left has not always had a stranglehold over the political system. That's the thing, right? So they haven't always throughout the entire country.
Yes, they have. I would argue that from the inception of the United States, it was a liberalized policy.
We're a leftist nation since our founding.
I would say it's more progressive leftist from the foundations on. Yes, because if you take the Constitution, for instance, would you consider the colonials to be the progressives or the conservatives when they're trying to break away from a king? Like which one here, if you had to categorize it, would be the leftists or the left wing, and which one would be the right wing? If you just had to pick one, would the right wing? Which one?
I see the argument.
Well, which one? Tell me which one.
No, the colonials.
Yeah, the colonials would be left wing, right?
Like, you could make that argument if you were to compare.
Yeah, if you're just making a comparison. But they would be the ones who would be progressive. They would have the progressive, more liberalized ideology over the king, right? Who's foundationally been exactly.
So we originally fight them, we progress, and then we try to conserve, and everything against that conservation is liberal, is what is leftist. Sorry, leftist.
No, it's not that everything would be.
Well,
so there's going to be pinnacles, but if you're talking about the groups who are in charge, who are making the policy, if every institution was a right-wing institution, all of them, and they held the media and they held the all of the institutional power and things like this, you might be able to make the case that left-wingers were being reactionary. But that is not the case. The case is the opposite.
I think that what we're trying to sort of like try to steelman the left's argument, even though I don't agree with it. I think that they would at least consider themselves reactionary to the policies that, and honestly, I kind of agree with you, because the left was the ones that were pushing slavery. I get what you're saying, right? The left was the ones that were trying to keep slavery, and I would say the right was reactionary in the Confederacy against slavery. Vice versa.
Against the Union,
against the Union. So
that would be political reactionaries at their group. Like if you have guerrillas up in the hills of Cuba who want to take out the Cuban government, Those are fucking political reactionaries.
Yeah.
Okay, for sure. Those are political reactionaries. They're not fucking, even if they held a bunch of these ideas, right? Like racial consciousness. Fidel Castro holds racial consciousness, and the rebels hold racial consciousness. They still aren't really going to be categorized under the same concept because they're not the same types of groups. It's the same thing here. You're talking about dissident reactionaries. You're not talking about intersectional racialists. That's not what the argument here really is about when it's talking about woke here.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, I see what you're saying, right? And I agree that there's some truth to it. I think that we, again, need to like bring this back to the commonalities between the two groups, right? Where they have the same, at least, presentations for their arguments. I don't think that can be argued.
Okay, but we need to make sure that we don't walk into a group which hyper focuses on the English language to make political points in the United States, because they both can do the exact or have the same types of conscious ways in which they make points, or the ways in which they deliver on policy, even if there's similarities there.
Sure.
We have to make the ideological political distinction, just like with isolationism. That's about tariffs, and it's not about like keeping the country all by itself on an island. That's not political isolationism. These words have distinct political meanings. These groups that you're talking about on the dissident right are reactionary groups. They're not woke groups. They reject equity, categorically reject equity and inclusivity. These are the core tenets of woke.
I think that, again, we're going to disagree, but I will agree with you on this, right? And I think that we will have strong agreement on this. I don't want to broad scope the woke right so that it's now applied to anybody that disagrees with some, like if you have a tenant like you're not woke. You're definitely not. You're again, if you have one or two tenets of the woke, that what me and my side are arguing is the woke right. I don't want, like Matt Walsh, people were calling him woke right. I'm like, he's not woke right? When not woke right? I think, like I said, Nick Fuentes, I would say because of the hyper fixation, right? I would say that there's an argument to be made where if it walks like a duck, it talks like a duck.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but this is where you're making the word concept fallacy here. The idea here is that when these ideologies themselves, when we go to their principles, so you say, like, the Constitution's a principle you follow, right? So you say my political ideology reduces to constitutional truths, whatever subjectively you think those are. That's where it reduces to. So if somebody was like, well, you reject the Constitution, and just kept asserting over and over that you reject the Constitution, you'd be like, no, I don't. That's where the prism of my ideology comes from. Yeah. This is the same thing here. You can't keep on saying that these two ideologies are identical because they look alike and talk alike. They're not. Hang on. Even the core concepts here are not even close, because the reduction ideology comes down to the idea of equity, inclusivity. The dissident right rejects both of the precepts for wokeism. Both. They don't meet either category for it.
Yeah. Again, if you define wokeism as solely based on equity, reduce it
to anything but equity. Anything but equity.
If you do,
you do it. You reduce it to anything other than equity.
I told you it's with the coercion, exclusion.
Yeah, those are all bad things because they don't provide equity.
Moral absolutism.
Yeah, you don't have a problem with moral absolutism, though.
I don't have necessarily a problem with it. I'm saying that these two things are tenets of it.
But from the left, the reason all of these things are bad is because they don't promote equity and inclusivity.
They also
right? That's why.
Well, I would say that there's another tenet that I guess, I don't know if this is a tenet, but it's sort of just something that they both espouse, is there's they looking for radical change and radical overhaul of the government, right? So the woke, like let's use the abortion argument, okay? The abortion argument, the left wants all abortion to be legal, right? And I would say that the woke left wants all abortion to be legal up until birth. They want no restrictions, right? The woke right, and this is more of a Christian thing, but the woke right has it. They want no abortion. Like, they don't want to move at all. They say any abortion, any and all abortions are a sin.
Except for the health of the mother.
Except obviously, right?
Yeah,
there's very few people that are like, kill them all.
Yeah, but that is so. Here's what's so funny about this is you're actually kind of again making my argument for me. What you're doing is you're taking collective class consciousness and identitarianism, and then you're applying it even more broadly. So you can apply it as broadly or as narrowly as you want. In this case, when you're talking about the two sides of abortion, one side is saying that other than the health and welfare of the mother, we're not going to permit you to kill children. The other side is saying it's not even a child, so I'm not killing anything, right? Sure. These are the consciousness and class for identitarianism. But what informs the identitarianism? For the right, it's Christianity. Otherwise, they can't justify it's a life. On the left, it's secularism, or they can't justify that it isn't a life, right?
No, I agree.
So if that's the case, then you're actually making the core for me that all of this is based on identitarianism, including abortion. But the tenets are different. The tenets between secularism and Christianity are so 180 to each other, which is how you can end up with this parallel to begin with.
I think yes, no, I'm on the side of don't kill babies, right? But I'm saying there is the fringe is what we're arguing. We're not arguing.
What fringe is there? What's the fringe there?
I would say that I will move, even though I'm Christian, I will move a little bit on the abortion argument. Right, whereas you won't have that on the far right.
Yeah, but that's not fringe. Like, you would be in the fringe there because that wouldn't logically stack up. If you think you're murdering a baby, why would you ever permit that?
No. Like I said, I just like I was saying, if because of my
then that can't be a fringe view unless you consider yourself part of the fringe.
I think that I wouldn't agree with it, but if it's legal, if the country came together on a consensus and had a 6-week thing, right, where you have 6 weeks, that's when you can hear a heartbeat. A heartbeat is when you can define the presence.
Yeah, you would adhere to the law, but you would try to get it overturned as quickly as possible.
I would always want there to be no.
Yeah, so that's not fringe.
Sure.
And it's not even radical political overhaul. It would just be you going, this is fucking immoral, and we're going to do something about it.
Sure. No.
So I don't even know what the objection there would be, dude.
What I was pointing out is, like I said, it wasn't really a tenet, but you have these similarities of hardliners on what the majority of the country is willing to give on. You have hardliners in each group, in each fringe group, who are like, no. They're like, nope, this is it. This is what we're doing.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that you haven't made a good case yet for how these are fringe ideologies. When the case is, you would agree, unless you're saying are you on the fringe? Do you think you're on the fringe?
I think that, like I said, I would go with 6 weeks on abortion, even though I think that prior to 6 weeks, it's still technically classified.
So then, if you had the option, you wouldn't go with it.
Sure. Yeah.
Then how could that be a fringe ideology then?
Well, I'm just because the majority of the country disagrees with me. 70% of the country.
Well, then, I mean, if you're just going off of basic disagreement, right? Yeah. What you're not even saying the country disagrees with you. You're just saying that they're willing to compromise so that they can get less baby murder. Okay, I can at least understand that argument, but it's not a fringe idea to say you can't kill babies before 6 weeks. That wouldn't be fringe.
Yeah, no, not to me and you. I think that there are people that would describe us as fringe, though. I highly think that.
Yeah, but I mean, there's going to be people who are going to describe you as a fringe no matter what, whatever your ideas are.
I agree, and that's the argument I'm making. I'm basically just making their argument and just trying to figure out how I can understand their side, right? Even though now this isn't about whether or not I agree, right? What I'm saying is when we argue the classification or the descriptor, which we're trying to describe us a fringe group, right?
Yeah.
And it's not even my definition of fringe. Then when you factor in a bunch of different variables and you don't reduce it down to just one thing, then I think that, like I said, a lot of people are jumping on board with the woke right descriptor because they see the similarities in the two groups.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying here, but
you can reduce it,
but it's not just a matter of reducing; it's a matter of understanding how you can make a thing definitionally true, even if it's not. I would say even if it doesn't fit the category itself of truth. So here's what I mean by this. You can make, in philosophy or in logic, a proprietary definition for anything. So I could say, for instance, a cigarette is gum. The descriptor that I'm giving for the cigarette, though, doesn't describe gum. It describes a cigarette. Now, I just call this gum. I'm not actually doing anything wrong. I have a proprietary definition for what a cigarette is, and I call it gum. Once you understand what it is that I'm pointing to, right, you would have to say, okay, that's gum, right? You wouldn't have any issues with that because what I'm describing fits that mold perfectly. But what you're trying to do here is make a thing definitionally true, which we already have a much better definition for. In this case, it would be reactionary. That definition, and again, I'll read it to you, fits this to the letter of a person or set of views, a person or set of views, opposing political or social liberalization or reforms. That definitely is going to fit this category of what you're calling woke right way better than any idea that you have of something which is conciliatory between the two views because they both have different pillars which hold them up.
Okay, so now I see what you're saying, and sure, I can agree with that. I can agree that you have.
Then I think that's the debate. Then
no, and here's why.
Okay,
because I think that what you're saying is if you reduce it and give it a better definitional term, right? That doesn't matter because the reasoning behind the descriptor is not to be so accurate where
yes, it's to be slanderous.
Well, not necessarily slanderous. Like I said, I can make the argument for why it's true. You just have a better one that's also true. Now,
no, I just have the one which fits the political ideology that we're discussing here. You have one which you're trying to conflate with this other thing because you want to hurt the feelings of these people. That's it, right? You just want to make fun of them and slander them ultimately. Otherwise, why wouldn't you go with the thing that describes the phenomenon?
No. Like I said, right? If my description is accurate and your description is, I guess you could say, more accurate.
Yeah, it actually fits it.
It doesn't invalidate my description.
Okay, but if it is the case that you can just say it's trivial, if you say it's just definitionally true, like me saying gum and then describing the features of the cigarette. But if I told you, but everybody else calls this a cigarette and not gum, wouldn't you conform to the view of what the thing actually naturally describes? Doesn't that make way more sense?
A better analogy would be like if you're chewing big red gum versus like minty gum, and somebody's like, "Oh, you're eating minty gum," and you just go, "Yeah, okay."
Okay, well, even better.
I don't know. Like,
let's just say filterless cigarettes. Let's just say
gum.
Gum means filterless cigarettes. Gum means filterless, but I'm smoking a cigarette with a filter. So I say, no, this is not called gum. It's called a filter, right? Here's what it is. That's what alludes to a filtered cigarette.
I think a better
that definition makes way more sense. In the political arena, especially.
No. It's not. It makes more sense, but it's just more specific. I think what you're saying. We're talking about specificity, right? You have a more specific definition, but we're using, I guess you could say, according to you, the less specific definition because
it's designed to be slanderous.
It's
the
not
only reason that you here, let me make my case, and then you can
refute
refute it. Let me make a case for it.
Go ahead.
Even though I just gave you, by their own admission, these groups call themselves reactionaries, definitionally, because they literally fit the perfect political definition of political reactionaries, right? They fit it to a T. They fit it so well, in fact, they don't just call themselves that, but the communists call them reactionaries, the left calls them reactionaries, the federal government calls them reactionaries because as a specific criterion, because they fit that definitional mold so well. You have chosen woke right only and specifically to say this that we call the left, which is a bad thing, right? Mm-hmm. We want to make this inclusive of you guys too, because we think it's going to, like, in some way, I don't know, like hurt you or be bad for you or something like this. So you're not trying to make like an accurate political definition, delineation. You're basically just spreading fake news, right? It's just fake news.
You're half right. So yes, what we want to do is we want to name it so we can tame it because we think it's bad, right? We want to define it in a negative connotation because we think it's bad, but it doesn't take away from the accuracy of the definition.
It's not accurate.
I disagree.
The pillars are completely different by your own admission, and we have another definition that fits this way better.
You always say you do this often. I wish you wouldn't, right? You gaslight and say that
I'm not gaslighting.
No. You say I said this. I never said
Bro,
this. Your definition.
The last time we debated, we went through every time I said you actually said this. We marked those times where you said it. That's why I ask you the question specifically.
Your interpretation of what I said and repeating it back to me in a different way than I meant it is not what
come on, dude.
Okay, this is what you do all the time.
You can't just be like, I didn't really mean that, though. That thing I said, I didn't really mean it, though.
These are your debate tactics. This is how you.
It's not even a debate tactic. This hasn't even been a brutal debate.
I know. We're actually in. I think we're having a respectful debate, and I like it. So I'm trying to stay on the actual, like, a real debate, which is what we're having. And I'm trying to keep you from going down this road of taking something I said out of context.
I'm not trying to take anything you said out of context.
If you say this is what it means, and I go, okay, I'm not saying I agree with you on what it means, right? So that's what I'm trying to.
No, but you said you have admitted multiple times that you agree with me that the pillars are different. And you agree with me that the definition for reactionary fits this mold far better than what...
I didn't say far better.
You said it's a much better definition, literally.
I said...
Bro, you did say that.
I'm
not kidding, you did.
Hold on. We could play the tape after, but I think I am pretty 99% sure what I said was, okay, you have a better definition. I have a good definition.
Well, your definition is only designed to be slanderous, not accurate.
It's not only designed to be slanderous.
Then why wouldn't you use the more accurate one?
No. It's not designed to be slanderous at all, actually. What it is meant to do is, like you said, separate a group of what we think are bad actors in the party away from the rest of the party.
So why wouldn't you just call them reactionaries, which is completely accurate in what they're already called?
The first time I've heard reactionary,
well, that's because your political knowledge, and I'm not even trying to be offensive, but your political knowledge is very narrow. Especially in this arena, especially when you're talking about dissident politics.
Which is the majority of people. That's the thing about...
I agree. Look, I agree that the majority of people have very limited vernacular.
If the majority of people, right, would accept a good description of woke right over an intellectual act, and I guess you could say more accurate description of reactionary, which is probably going to be confusing to them. They're going to have to go look it up.
It's not confusing.
Then we would... No. What I'm saying is if we can give people a description...
So you're trying to hijack the language. You're trying to hijack the language to create slander towards a group you don't like.
It's not slander if it's true.
It's not, but here's the thing. It's not true because the pillars which hold both are fundamentally completely different. When you make the equation that these groups are exactly the same or even close to the same, they're not. They have completely different pillars which hold them up.
Right and left are different, correct?
Yes.
Right? Woke and woke are similar. That's what we're doing.
They're not similar, though. They have completely diametrically opposed worldviews.
We have not come to an agreement on that. I think that the pillars of the identity politics, the tactics of coercion and exclusion, the hyperfixation on race, on race.
What does that mean, though? Hyperfixation. Well, you just really focus on it a lot?
Yeah, it's all they talk about.
So are you hyper-focused on Jews?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not even just race. It's race and religion.
Well, are you hyper-focused on Jewish people? Because you talk about them a lot.
I talk about Jews because I'm a Christian.
Okay, so are you hyper focused?
Yeah, I would say.
So you have some kind of racial consciousness towards this. So you're on the woke right.
I think the Jews are a religion, not a race. But they are a race.
Well, are they?
You can make the argument that they're an ethnicity.
They're
not a race.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? If I were to say Italian is an ethnicity and hyper focused on that, you would put it in the class consciousness of racial categorization, right?
Yeah, no, let's not spiral out of the.
I'm not spiraling out of it. I'm just saying that you would do that. If that's the case, you're hyper focusing the same way these identitarians are.
Can I finish my original point where you asked me? You asked me what's the hyperfixation on race? Okay, the hyperfixation on race is white. Right, white is a race. So we got the four races.
I would argue that race is an incorrect categorization in a Christian ethics anyway.
I would argue the same thing. I try not to hyperfixate on race.
But you do agree with me in the vernacular when I say this, when a person uses a heuristic, they're like black male, right?
Exactly.
Going eastbound, they're using a heuristic, right?
Sure.
That's super useful, right?
It's useful in that regard.
Yeah, well, it's useful in useful in polling data. It's useful in like if I say blacks, 90% of blacks vote as a monolith. How is that not useful?
Would it be a better descriptor to say that criminals steal or black people steal?
Well, it depends on the context of what you're asking.
If I were to tell you, what is a better definition for a criminal, black person or criminal?
Yeah, criminal. That would be trivially true. So it's like definitionally true, no matter what.
But there are you have to acknowledge that there are a lot of people that say black people steal, right? That it's
Yeah.
something, it's okay. So that's a hyperfixation on race instead of criminality, right? And that's what I'm
no, I don't think so. Like if I say, for instance, I think that that's just a heuristic again. So like if I say women are dumb, I don't really fucking mean all women are dumb.
I get what you're.
Okay, I don't really mean all women are dumb. I'm using.
Yes, we are.
So what a heuristic.
They are all.
What a heuristic. So what?
Every
Yeah, yeah.
single one of them.
So what a heuristic would do? It's a mental shortcut in order to deliver a large amount of information very quickly, which is why a cop says black male southbound.
Yeah.
That instead of going dark complexion, this type, you know what I mean? They just say black. It delivers all that information at the same time. Or white, right? He's white. He's eastbound. It's the same shit.
I see what you're saying. What I'm saying is, I think they've overdone it. Whereas using it as a heuristic, where you're talking about is
then you're doing the same thing with the idea of Israel and Jews too.
Let's try to let me finish on something.
Okay, go ahead.
So sorry. When they use it, I think that it's to do exactly what you think I'm doing, right? As using as a slanderous tool so that they can frame a narrative around a certain race. I think that they want people to think that there's a reason why the white people are so oppressed, and it's because black people steal. Instead of focusing on, then
you're doing the same thing with Israel and
Zionism. Whataboutism isn't an argument.
Well, no. First of all, that's not a whataboutism. That's a categorization classification. You gave a.
What about you?
No. I'm not saying what. It's not a tu quoque. I'm not saying what about you. What I'm saying here is that inside of the very categorization you're giving me, you fit inside of it. What about you would be looking at hypocrisy. That would be a tu quoque. So it would be in some way you're a hypocrite or something like this. I'm just asking if you fit in the same categorization.
Yeah, we're all hypocrites. Everybody has a hypocrite.
No, not everybody's a hypocrite.
No, everybody has engaged in hypocrisy.
Maybe, but that doesn't make you a hypocrite.
We're all liars, just like we're all liars.
Yeah.
Everybody has lied.
Okay,
right?
Got it. Yeah. So all of us are liars and hypocrites. So these words have no meaning then, or they do?
Saying, no, that's what you're doing to me.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking if you fit in the same type of categorization for which you're trying to put, because if it is the case, and let me explain the argument. If it is the case that you fit inside of the classification the same as the group X that you're saying, then I can make the delineation easily and say, then how are you not woke right? You just say it's a consciousness towards race and a hyperfixation. But if that's the case, then I'm going to argue that you would fit inside that categorization. And so we should probably use different words, like, I don't know, for instance, reactionary versus you, which would be something more similar to neoconservative.
I can tell you exactly how I don't fit in, right? Because I try not to say, or I probably try very hard not to use the black people steal argument. Whereas I go, the reason why there is a disproportionate amount of black crime is XYZ. Whereas other people will go, black people steal. And that's what I'm trying to say. Maybe I'm using the wrong terminology. With
but okay, if you focus a lot of your time on a single people group, okay, which you do, you're saying these people spend a lot of time on a people group.
In a negative way?
No, they don't in a negative way. They focus on whites in a positive way, right?
Sure.
Isn't it? You focus on Jewish people in a very positive way. So the thing is like both of you are utilizing the same type of consciousness for your descriptor here of woke right. Wouldn't it be better if I said, you're a neoconservative or something more akin to that? I don't know your exact ideology. If you told it to me, I would be able to classify it pretty easily. These guys are reactionaries. You're not a reactionary. You're a this. That makes more sense, because otherwise, if it's a hyper focusing on a people group, then you're doing the same thing. Yeah. I don't know how to distinguish you.
Like I said, I think that everybody has these tenets, but I'm saying that if you put them all together,
I feel like you fit all of them.
No, I don't think I do.
Let me see if we do. Let's just go through them and make sure.
If you take away, if you take what I do, right? And I think this is trying to put a square peg in a round hole, right? And you say you talk about the Jews a lot, right? So you're focusing on identity politics.
Yes,
right?
You are.
Okay, now that's reductive, and
it's not reductive. It is in fact the case. And you focus a lot on a specific people group and their policies. There's no doubt that is true. No doubt.
Well, not politically.
Politically, yes.
No, I don't know anything about the Israeli politics. I don't ever talk about Israeli politics.
No, I didn't say that. I said you focus on a people group.
Yeah.
So the thing is a group of people who engage in identity politics. That's you. and have a victim mentality. Again,
where do I have a victim mentality?
I would say that you fit in this. Well, hang on. I'll get back to that one last, and we can quibble over it. These other ones are much easier. Hyperfixation on race or people group, you would fit that categorization as well.
No, I wouldn't.
Tactics of coercion exclusion. By your very definition, you're trying to exclude this group you consider woke right from your group. Definitionally.
Not through coercion.
Not through coercion?
No, I told you I'm accurately defining it.
So what's the coercion this group is using that you're not?
They use lies and slander, like you said.
Okay,
which,
so hang on.
Which is not what I do.
Okay, you do use slander for sure.
I would say, like, I think that you're talking about like clapbacks. Yeah, like I guess you can.
Yeah, you use slander for sure. In fact, by your own admission here, you want this to be somewhat slanderous by your own admission.
I have never said slanderous. You said.
Oh, no, not slander. Okay, so you don't want people to classify this consciously as bad, evil, not good.
I do not want to lie about them in order to frame them. I don't want to lie.
Okay. Well, I would say that if it is the case, it's a group of people engaged in identity politics, you definitely do that. If it is the case that you hyper-focus on race or a people group, you definitely do that as well. If you're using tactics of coercion or exclusion, we might quibble over coercion, but definitely you fit the categorization of exclusion. This group doesn't belong with my group. So you fit all of those. So I think the only thing we can quibble about is victim mentality. However, I just want to point out in your opening statement, you claimed these groups doxed you, did horrible things to you, or super mean to you, blah, 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 blah. But, well, hang on. It seems like that would be part of victim mentality to say that in some way these groups are being oppressive or hurtful towards you.
Yeah, but saying that somebody is being oppressive doesn't necessarily mean that you are being oppressed, right? They are creating these actions of death threats against me. Mm-hmm.
Why would you bring them up if you don't consider them?
Just because they're happening.
Because exactly. You're bringing them up because you feel like you have been victimized.
No, I don't. I'm not a victim. I am. The reason that things happen to me is because I actively put myself out there. Right. I am not a victim. I've never been a victim. Right.
Then why do you bring up your victimization constantly?
I don't look at the things that happen to me as.
Also, didn't you bring up that another woman was victimized by them?
I think, well, when you threaten to rape and murder somebody,
then so then she would be at least a victim, right?
I would say that she's
pretty close. She's at least close to your identity group.
No, I don't have any identity group. Misfit. I'm out of all the groups.
You have close, like-minded ideology with other people for sure.
Everybody can identify closely with somebody else based off of their
Yes,
personality.
again, and that's why groups and using groups in politics is so useful.
I don't join a group is what I'm saying.
Yeah, so what I'm saying to you though
I don't identify
is that it's really hard for me to reconcile that you open with many ways you've been victimized, so you fall into that group. Hang on. I'll just make the case and then I'll let you go. The case is you opened up with all of the various ways you've been victimized while at the same time claiming you don't care. This would be the exact same thing I see on the dissident right all the time. Yes, they're trying to actively victimize us, and here's all the ways they're victimizing us, but we don't care. It's like it's the same shit. You say it's a group who engages in identity politics. We've established you do that. Tactics of exclusion. We've established that you do that. And the hyperfixation on race or people group. We've established you do that. You fit yourself all of the categorizations of what you would consider the woke right, which is why I think my definition works way better, because that way we can actually put people in the categories they go in.
Yeah, you see what you're doing is you're finding like these outlier things that you can plug into your definition.
No, it's a proprietary. It's your definition, dude.
No. I'm saying you're basically cherry picking certain.
I'm not cherry picking.
No, you are. You're cherry picking certain things that I'm doing when the overall message that I give is not, right. So yes, can you bring all of the tenets to woke right into every single person on the right? Absolutely.
Then so it's not a useful descriptor, and the descriptor which I gave is the useful descriptor. No, you can't do it with anything unless you want it to only be definitionally or trivially true. If I give you a descriptor which politically shows the exact ideology of a person with a single word, that's an accurate fucking descriptor, and that word is reactionary. Woke right is the multitudes of a proprietary definition which you yourself fit under, and you say our founders fit under it too. Doesn't that sound absurd?
It's like when you're basically taking the argument of you didn't define it to the exact accuracy that it should be, so you shouldn't use it, even though it's accurate, right? And
I'm not sure it's what I'm pointing out is it's not accurate. That's the point.
You keep saying that. I disagree with you. Many people disagree with you.
Far less people disagree with me than you on this. That's one.
Why
and by the way, that's all that would be is an argument ad populum. You would just be saying, oh, it's the bandwagon fallacy. More people agree with me than you. So what? Even if that's the case, that more people do agree with you than me, doesn't mean that you're actually correct. That's one. And two, as we go through, this definition is proprietary.
In making a descriptor, right? In making a descriptor, using all of the tenets that myself is arguing, right, is not slanderous because I believe it's true. Would you say that that's a fair
Wait, argument? Repeat that. Let me make sure I got it right.
If I believe that everything that I'm saying about this group is true, it's not slanderous, correct? Right? Like
no, that's not correct.
So how is it not correct? If I'm saying, hey, this is what I
so wait a second. So you're saying that if Groypers say that that Jews are Talmudic and want Jesus Christ to burn in excrement, and they just really believe that's true, they're not trying to slander Jews, right?
I mean, if they really truly believe that, then I guess no, it's not slander.
So you would agree? So do you think
it comes down to?
Well, wait. I just want to make sure we got that right. As long as those guys say they really believe that, they're not slandering Jewish people, right?
If they are really truly saying it because they truly believe it.
Let me clarify.
That's wild, dude.
The definition, I believe, is a reasonable belief. So you would have to have some kind of credibility to back up that belief and why that belief.
And I just argued all of the reasonable beliefs that I go under. Like I said, and you disagree with me, and disagreeing with me is perfectly fine. But I don't think at the end of this debate anybody is going to walk away going, Misfit doesn't believe what he's saying, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe even, but I'll just even make the concession here. Right? Because you said that as long as these guys actually believe it, they're not actually trying to slander Jewish people, right?
I agree, yeah.
Okay, so then if that's the case,
I think there are a lot of people that do use that.
Then they're just holding false beliefs, right?
Well, I would say that a lot of the people who use the Talmudic argument are not only ignorant, but they are doing it quite literally on purpose. Right?
And I would make the same argument back and say you quite literally are using the woke right parallel on purpose in order to try to kind of defame them when there's much more accurate ways in which to categorize this. And you know what? I'm even okay with that. I'm even okay with you admitting that there's a form of this in which you're trying to like hurt this group. I don't have any fucking relation to any of these people. I don't give a shit. I'm pointing out, though, something which is pertinent and important.
Sure.
When I look at the definition here that you gave, the only definition woke right can have is proprietary. There is no such political ideology anywhere. It's all proprietary, completely made up by you guys, which is fine.
Well, yeah,
but if that's the case, but if it's the case,
made up.
But if it's the case that it's proprietary, it's not a legitimate political ideology, rather a proprietary thing you're trying to turn into that, then all I can go off of is how you define it and its tenets. And if I go off of that, you define the tenets and you fit neatly into the same categories, then just admit you're woke right.
No,
just admit that you're woke right.
See, you added neatly. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's pretty well. I mean, it's just as neat as they are. You fit in just as neatly as they do.
That's the difference. Okay, so here's where I will agree with you. Right? Are we using the like we already articulated? We're using the more broad descriptor because it would be easier for people to identify with it. Yeah, but it doesn't make it incorrect. You don't think it's correct. We'll agree on that, right?
Wait. Hang on. So let's untangle a couple ideas.
It's not slanderous to say.
Yeah. Hang on. Let's untangle a couple ideas. Just like you said, it's not slanderous if they're making like these Talmudic arguments if they really believe it. You said, but you think that an element of it is that they're still like just trying to be kind of mean-spirited or something.
Sure.
You admit that that's the same thing here you're doing, right?
You
do believe that 100%.
That's not what I'm doing.
But there is like the reason you're equating woke specifically is because that's like a thing which is going to be in some way defamatory or bad towards that group. Then why pick that word?
Because it's negative, not defamatory.
Exactly, negative. You want a negative connotation. Exactly.
Sure. So if you would, what we're doing.
So then if you admit that, and we can just admit on the rest of the grounds here, you would fit the category of woke right yourself.
Again, no, I wouldn't. But
which thing? Again, let's just make sure we got it right. Group of people. Here's a few that you already agreed to.
Let's not do the same thing over and over.
I think it's important though, because this is the crux of the debate. So just real quick, let's go over it one more time.
Sure.
A group of people who identify in identity politics, that's been established, right? Have a victim mentality. I think I established that well, but I'm willing to, just for the sake, I'll leave that aside. Hyperfixation on race or people group, we've established that you definitely have a fixation there. Whether you consider it hyper or not, I think other people would, because it's what you're always arguing about incessantly. Tactics of coercion and exclusion, I think we may be able to say that you're not attempting to be coercive, but definitely exclusionary. So you seem to fit that. The only thing that we have really left here, by both of our admissions, I think, is the idea of victim mentality. That's the only thing, right?
Okay, let me counter that.
Okay.
No, I don't have a hyper fixation on a people group. I talk about it, but I also talk about a myriad of other issues.
So do those guys.
So yeah, but it's I would say it's their main argument.
I would say that most of the debates I've seen you in focus around.
I was talking about many things.
So are those guys? They're talking about everything.
So I was talking about the Andrew Tate thing for a couple months. Now I talked about the Jew thing for a few months. I talked about the election.
Can I ask, would the hyperfixation be time stamped, or would there be a length of it?
I would say if it's,
we can just go to his Twitter.
I don't know.
Literally, I could just go to your Twitter. Do you want? In fact, I'll just do that.
You said the hyperfixation. You can again do this. You can do this thing where you go, I found this, so I'm putting you in this category. That's not some things, right? We've established a pattern. You've done this throughout the whole debate. Let me.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So the hyperfixation, I think, would be the main argument, where it's essentially the vast majority of what they talk about, and you can't find something that they talk about where it's really not about that. I mean, most of their argument. So you said I'm exclusionary. Yes, I want to exclude certain people from groups.
So you fit that categorization.
Hold on. No, is that all of my content? No, it's not. Is that even the majority of my content? No. The
majority of your content is exclusionary.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is, because it's an advocation of one set of ideals over all others. In your case, the Constitution.
Again, what you're saying is that because I have these characteristics, which everybody has, then I also fit into the group. And what I'm saying, the main core of the group is having all of them, having and talking about them incessantly.
Well, you are your own group by your admission.
Yeah, I'm not with.
So but remember, that's why I've very, very keyed in. An individual or a group who espouses these things. Yeah, you are the individual in this case. Or the group.
What I don't want to happen is I think this will happen, but because it's human nature. People are going to misuse this term that we're trying to get more mainstream. And the reason, like I said, we're trying to get more mainstream is kind of an exclusionary tactic. We want to exclude bad actors out of the group because what we feel is we grew the tent with MAGA and we filled it with shit.
That's the same exact argument they would use against you. That they were responsible, the dissident right was responsible for MAGA, and they're trying to exclude you. It's the same shit. Same thing.
It's the same argument everybody makes about everything. Right?
Yeah.
So
because identitarianism and politics cannot be divorced. And the hyperfixation on people groups for identitarianism cannot be excluded. It can't. In other words, what I'm saying to you is we're all hyper-focusing on identitarianism. Everybody in politics always is. And when you say hyper-fixated, right, I would make the claim that you've tweeted probably more about the Jewish people than Nick Fuentes himself has in the last month.
Oh, I highly doubt it. I mean, but anyway,
But I mean, if we counted them, if I were able to count that you tweeted about Jewish people more than Nick Fuentes did, could I then make the case you were hyper-focused on them and he wasn't?
I think that for a period of time, I picked a political topic to talk about, and I think that it would be based on the what's in the news, right? It's a topic that's going on. I think that in his identity, he is against a certain group of people. Now, in my identity, like you pointed out, because I believe in the Abraham
but can you
covenant,
answer to the question though that I asked? Couldn't I easily make the case
you can obviously
that if it was the case that you have actually tweeted about to people and about Jewish people more than Nick Fuentes, that it would be easy for me to make the case that you fit under an identitarianism of obsession?
I think that 99% of people would say that he's done it a lot more. It's basically all he talks about.
But how, like, what's the threshold? Like, he tweets 10 times more?
It's just a common sense thing.
Yeah, do you see what I mean? Like, every time we get into the definition that you gave from your own view, you seem to fall neatly into every one of the very categories that you put these other people in, which is why I'm just going to make this appeal one more time to you.
Sure.
I gave you a great definition, which all sides use for dissident right-wing groups, which is reactionary, and gave you the definition, which you agree is a great one, to make these descriptors. So if it is the case that that will exclude you and everybody else from what that is, but your definition could necessarily pretty much include you, wouldn't it actually be more accurate for you to just use reactionary rather than this? Because what you're trying to do ultimately, from at least the bird's eye view, is give it this negative connotation. That's the point, right?
So I think
I'm going to allow Misfit to respond, and then we'll go ahead and go into closing statements. And gentlemen, we can absolutely continue going in open panel. I'd love to.
Yeah,
Misfit,
we will.
back to you.
Okay, so if we were to use the term reactionary right, and because we do want to exclude, I guess you could say, the reactionary right, I think we would be having the same debate with a different title. I think that you'd be like, why are you trying to put a negative connotation on the reactionary right?
Nope.
Right?
I would just argue, then you could just argue the merits of the ideology, and maybe I'd even agree with you on many of those things. That's really not the point in principle, though. The point in principle here is what's happening is they're trying to artificially create a new term, which, by the way, we've already seen weaponized against good actors. Yeah. Like Matt Walsh and others, right? Yeah, you would never call Matt Walsh a reactionary, though. You would always, if you said reactionary, that would only be applied to dissidents on both sides. You could make the argument that there's dissident left-wingers, and I might even agree with that. But you have now created and are endorsing a term which is weaponized against the very people who you like. And that's insane to me when you have this perfectly good descriptor here of that would explain the phenomenon you're trying to explain, that we couldn't include you in. You see what I'm saying? Like, and when we look at the pillars of what you're trying to identify, which is the idea of equity and inclusivity and shit like that from the woke left, it doesn't even have the same merits. So it's like, what are you doing? It's like silly.
Again, that's your definition of woke versus my definition of woke, which is, and I hear your argument. I don't agree with it. So we're arguing two different things. However, right, when you say we're trying to create a new term, right? The new term.
You are.
Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. The new term was created, I think, the first time it was used was publicly.
But you're a pusher of the term is the point.
Yeah. But hold on, right? I think that this is how terms come to is somebody starts using the term and then it takes off. I think the first person to say it publicly was Dan Crenshaw, right, in 2021. Right, and I did not see that interview.
The ass pirate,
yeah,
Dan Crenshaw.
The
ass pirate, Dan Crenshaw. Why are you associating yourself with Dan Crenshaw ideology, bro?
No. My argument on iPatch McCain. My argument was I didn't hear him say it. Right, James Lindsay, same thing. Right around 2021, he started saying it. I didn't hear him say it. I said it separately. Never. I thought that I made it up. I literally thought that I made it up. Right, in 2021, right around the same time, 3 different people are publicly stating 3 different things, and they're not connected to each other. Right, so it's not like that this thing came out of nowhere and was weaponized for a political purpose. We saw something that looked like something, and we started saying it because it fit. So while you can argue that the thing that we came up with has a better definition, which I have conceded you can have a better definition for it, I don't think that it's slanderous. I don't think that it's necessarily
okay. But hang on, by your own admission, you wanted it to be a negative connotation that fit these categories categorizations, which even if you disagree, you seem, at least from my perspective, to fall fairly neatly into. I even think you could make the argument that I could fall very neatly into some of these categorizations.
Anybody can be put
exactly, which is why if we're looking
But
at
just
political, hang on, which is why if we're looking at political ideology, the reason we want to be specific is so that we don't damage our own side. Now that you know the etymology of the word, you know its roots, you know what we're talking about, and you've actually seen it weaponized now against right-wing figures that you like. It seems like it would be foolhardy to continue to push it when you now have the right phrase. Reactionary, the same thing they call themselves, same thing the left calls them, same thing everybody calls them, which shows the type of ideology you yourself disagree with. Otherwise, what you do, dude, is you make terms which are then going to be weaponized against the good guys, the guys you consider to be the good guys, like Matt Walsh and shit. That's terrible thing ultimately, right?
No. Listen, I do agree with you there, and I've tried to articulate that to my audience. I do it as much as I can. Now, I'm not going to necessarily stop using woke right when I think I'm using it accurately. I will define it where it is. However, I will, after this debate, I'll look more into reactionary and the political definition. Like you said, obviously I can't learn it just from you saying it to me a couple of times. I understand. And I will include that, and I will use that to articulate what we think the woke right is. That way, it's at least me being honest about what I'm trying to explain.
And that's fair. But what I'm saying ultimately is we've gone through this debate, we've been able to parse this out. You've handed a loaded machine gun to our enemies, to the enemies of even the guys you think are the good right wing. Now, me and you may disagree with who the good guys of the right wing are, who the bad guys of the right wing are. What we're not going to disagree with is that guys like Matt Walsh, I could definitely consider more on my side than guys like Destiny and Vosh and these fucking scumbags, right? I don't want you fucking, you pricks for lack of a better word, to give ammunition to our enemies to start associating against the good guys. And they are doing it when you have a term which can be utilized, which is way more effective, describes the exact same phenomenon without it being weaponized against us. And I can't even categorize you inside of it.
Sure. I think that the reason why that argument is kind of doesn't really hold weight is because the woke left will never use woke as a negative connotation.
They do it all the time.
No, they
do that. They do soy. They do all that shit.
Bill Maher,
gentlemen.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I do want to go ahead and let you guys run into closing statements because I would love to let this just go on forever because you guys are actually making your way through a good conversation. But Misfit, if you want to go ahead and kick off with your closing statements, that would be great.
Yeah. So my closing statement is this, right? The woke. I guess the word woke has been, I would say, useful in defining the bad actors in the left and sort of separating them and using it to say the left, the Democrats, the entirety of the left of center side allowed a group of radicals to take over their party, and it's why they lost the 2024 election, right? I don't think that Donald Trump necessarily won the election based on what he was saying. I think that the left got so crazy because of the woke side of it that people were just like, I'm just going to vote for Donald Trump because I can't espouse this shit. And I think what people like me, Lindsay, Peterson, and others are doing is we're trying to clean our own house. We're trying to clean up our own yard and give that a descriptor that does have a negative connotation to describe a faction of the right that will hurt us. And we will end up just like the left because we didn't call out our own side. And the way we decided to do that was to give the similar descriptor. Now, Andrew's arguing that there's a better way to describe it. And as we agreed, I'd have to look into it. If his definition is more accurate, it's irrelevant because the woke it's a framing tactic for a negative connotation. That does not mean that it's meant to slander. What I think it's meant to do is accurately define. So I won't stop using it, but I will look more into reactionary. I will use that to try to educate my audience. And because this is the nature of everything, where you're going to have friendly fire, and some people are inaccurately using it against other people, I don't think that that's necessarily an argument to throw it out completely when I think it's a useful tool. I think what we should do on my side is be more cognizant of making sure that we call out. I have not seen James Lindsay call Tim Pool or Matt Walsh woke right. Maybe he has. I don't look at his every post that he makes, but I did see a post where James Lindsay was like, I didn't call you woke right. Matt Walsh is the one saying people are calling me woke right, because obviously people will weaponize it. So I think that it's a good, useful tool to identify bad actors on our own side so that we don't end up like the left did. And I think that whether or not you can make the argument that there is a better way of defining it is up for interpretation. Andrew made his arguments. They were good arguments. I actually want to say I really appreciate this debate. It was completely different from the last one. It was respectful for the most part. And yeah, that's my argument is, if you name it, you can tame it. So it needs to be named, because I think that we have a very big problem with this fringe group in our own party.
Thank you, Misfit. I appreciate that. Andrew, to you.
Yeah. So as we go through this, there's a few things, right? Some of the preconceptions I think that my opponent had of me are now dissipating. I match energy, and I use logical arguments. I've always used logical arguments. As a person, the energy they give towards me, if they're trying to troll and be an asshole, I troll and I'm an asshole back. If they're looking to have a good debate back and forth, we're going to have a good debate back and forth. It's completely up to the person. And by the way, that's the same thing with those quote hookers that I'm always debating with. It's the same shit.
Same with me.
Now, moving into this so that it's well understood, I made a good rational case by my opponent's admission for my position. A lot of this comes from these guys, including James Lindsay and even Jordan Peterson. They have a very narrow prism on politics, whereas I'm in all political spaces, dissident, left-wing, red pill, all of them. I don't have a narrow view, and I understand uniquely how all of these various groups will weaponize and hijack the use of language, especially the left, who has the institutional power to do it. Before you know it, this term goes on CNN and MSNBC. It's being spun into every right-winger's a fucking racist, into this, into that, and it's weaponized against us, all from the good intentions of my opponent. When here I can give him the use language, which would apply to the very same thing these guys call themselves, so that they can identify them correctly for whatever their exclusionary tactics are. Remember, he wants it to be negative, even though he says he doesn't want it to be like, I don't know, mean-spirited or whatever, but he wants it to be negative, and that's why they're associating it with woke. It's pretty obvious, right? But because these definitions are proprietary, meaning they're not real political acronyms, they may be in the future, but they aren't right now, these definitions become proprietary. So because they're proprietary, we walk through them. It turns out Misfit Patriot thinks our founders were woke right. He would have to say most of our early government was woke right. He said George Washington was woke right. He did. You can go back and look. I know you're shaking your head, but you said by the classification they would be considered woke right. You did. I promise you did.
But by your false equivalency.
Well, it's not a false equivalency when you agree they would fit all of these social categories. So, and he also, I think, would fit into the social category neatly. I think you can put a lot of people in the social category neatly based on how broad his definement of this really is. So what I do is I give a classification for things which match the objective reality of what we're looking at. He's talking about reactionaries, right-wing reactionaries. In many ways, I'm a right-wing reactionary. In many ways, he's a right-wing reactionary, right? But that term fits the categorization of what's going on here. Now, if you have quibbles about racial consciousness and things like that, those are separate quibbles. And the reason these things need to be delineated so strongly is because when we say woke, as far as identitarianism goes, and as far as the pillars from which woke ideology springs from, it springs from two: inclusivity and equity. Those are the two major pillars of wokeism. Because these guys don't know that much about the inner workings of the political establishment who weaponizes these terms, they don't truly understand what these things even reduce to and why it is that the dissident right fights so fucking hard against them. Even if both have a sense of racial consciousness, both have people groups that they're looking after or trying to guard against harm from, they really don't have anything close to similar ideologies when it comes to the pillars which hold them up. That's why his proposition is false. There is no woke right. It's a proprietary definition made specifically to to harm, like you said, right? To or be negative at least towards some group he doesn't like. But ultimately, what will happen is that these things are going to get weaponized against us. So what my suggestion would be is like, don't do it. Don't hand the enemy a machine gun. We're already kicking the shit out of them. Don't give them weapons like fucking James Lindsay and, like you said, Dan fucking Crenshaw. Fuck that. Fuck that shit. We're not giving these fucking idiots any weapons. That's bullshit. So that's not only my suggestion, but I think when we reduce it, we could see the distinction in ideology that he vastly much more agrees with me than I do with him. And that's why he should probably revamp his entire ideology with this thing, because even if you think you made it up, you need to understand how the left will politicize this a weapon, not against the people you don't like, but against the Matt Walshes of the world and many, many others who don't fit the very categorization that you're trying to put your dissident enemies in, right? So just don't do it, ultimately. Don't do it. It's silly. And you're trying to make something appear and you're trying to make something happen where there doesn't need to be anything that happens. You're just handing a loaded machine gun to our enemies. So that's what I would say. That's my closing. I do appreciate the spirited debate back and forth.
Thank you, both of you, gentlemen. To the members, I have now posted the StreamYard link for members only first to join the open panel. If you want to start heading backstage, that is perfectly fine to do so now. To the general public, I'll be dropping that link here in just a few minutes. If you hang tight, give the members to get their way backstage first. Okay, to the super chats, and thank you, gentlemen, both. I'm very thankful that this was a very cordial debate and no screaming and yelling. I was a little nervous on the front end. Skeezy came in with a big 20, says, great birthday present for me. My favorite debater, Andrew, on my favorite debate channel. Intros still going hard. Well, thank you, Skeezy, and happy birthday to you. Cole Marshall with the Big 10 says, Misfit is prepared this time. Andrew, you're going down. How do you feel like you did this time, feeling like you actually prepared for it?
Well, the thing is, in our last debate, and like I said, I'll agree with this. I've never looked at Andrew's debates before. I didn't know what he was going to do, the tactics he was going to use. And I kind of came into a debate that I shouldn't have been in, which I said in my opening statement. I'm not a biblical scholar or a theologist, but he wanted to debate me. I think it was very short notice. This, I think I had a little bit more knowledge about, and I think that I made my arguments a lot better. And I will say, I talk a lot of smack about Andrew because just like he said, he's reactionary, I'm reactionary, I'm a clapback creator. I do respect Andrew. I think he's smart. I think that he has good skills. I wish he would use less I would say tactics that are in bad faith, but overall, Andrew's not a bad guy.
Oh, you guys can grab.
And I would also argue back that I'm never bad faith unless my opponent's bad faith, and
sure
that many people misconstrue bad faith as me, if I pin them down, not letting them get out of being pinned down on what their own ideology is. They consider that to be bad faith. I often see people who lose debates say that it's bad faith, but when I ask them, what am I actually doing which is bad faith, where I'm not engaging in what you're saying, I'm not listening to what you're saying, I'm not making counter arguments to what you're saying, and I rarely ever get evidences or examples of that. Now, if somebody trolls, right, and I'm trolling back, like that's not bad faith. That's still good faith. This is part of de-escalation.
Yeah, I think the argument that I would make that you're bad, that I would say the bad faith thing that you engage in sometimes, even with me, is you say that your opponent said something that they didn't say, and I know that you don't agree with that, but I think that when you take words out of context and try to imply your own interpretation and then fire them back at somebody saying this is what you said, I think that that's bad faith. But
look, there can be times, I'm sure, when I repeat what somebody said where I'm incorrect. I'm not going to dispute that that is true. I'm not going to be able to always perfectly encapsulate word for word verbatim what a person says. But I'm known for first steelmanning a position to get the agreement that that is the position. And that's usually when I shove the words back down their throat after they've agreed to it. That's why I generally consider that, like, you've already agreed that this is the case. So why should I not be able to do that? So.
No, fair enough.
Sean Brewers in with a Big Ten. The Misfit Patriot debates like a child. My evidence would be the words that come out his mouth, and you are welcome to respond if you so choose.
See, this is what I was trying to say in my opening statement. It doesn't even matter if I win the debates on merit, right? Because, well, this debate particularly, because I think that I don't think this is Andrew, but I think Andrew's following, based off of the reaction I've seen from our last debate, from our back and forth on X, his following, while he may be, I would say, mostly good faith, they're very bad faith, so they've made up their mind before this happened.
So all of your followers who are over in my chat saying you're about to get bodied, you're about to get destroyed, you're about to get,
I'm sure
those guys are all bad faith, right?
That's why I wanted to make sure I didn't put that on you.
Yeah.
Right?
But those guys are bad faith. Like your followers over here, you're willing to call them bad faith, right?
I mean, I think that they're cheerleaders for me.
Yeah, see you fuckers. You see you fuckers. I told you fuckers in the chat, you're bad fucking faith. He said it. He told you, hey, his own followers are bad fucking faith. I fucking knew it.
All right. I think cheerleading is different than kind of coming at it with a dishonest, so for instance, I think one example would be trolling Jay Dyer, right? He said the College of the Apostles, and I was like, so they went to college? And then I get nonstop comments like, you thought the apostles went to college. And I'm like, that's just trolling. So again, not you, but sometimes you get a lot of that.
That's
I mean,
fair.
in the defense, because Dyer's not here, right? But in defense of Jay Dyer, he's got a degree in philosophy.
He's very smart.
He's been debating for over 25 years. He's a brilliant, literally a brilliant scholar for church history, things like this. The audience which he's accrued are also very high IQ. So what happens if somebody's trolling or trying to do some shit like this? Of course, they want to eviscerate him. But I've seen people who come on who engage in good faith who just don't know as much and get eviscerated, where his entire following attempts to help them. So it's like, it depends. Like, what you bring is oftentimes what you get, dude.
Oh, 100%. That's why I said I'm not a victim. Like every time that somebody comes after me, it's in reaction to a way I made them feel, right? I'm a shit poster. Like I like to push the Overton window to open up debates, because I think debates are honestly, I think they're better when you're emotional. I think that you get more out of the other person instead of when they're calculated. So trolling sometimes is actually a very useful tool to get the honesty out of somebody. And,
wait a second, but when I did that with OF girls, it's not okay.
Well, my argument against
that's not very Christ-like, right?
My argument, no. That's my only argument against you. I actually like what you do. I don't like the way that you portray.
So it's just tone policing. No.
You
realize, like, a lot of those things that you see that are clips are often taken out of context for the conversation, where somebody was being like, one. I've had chicks tell me that they've watched men cut off their testicles for money, that they've done horrible things to men, and then they get eviscerated. They put out the evisceration. Look how mean this guy is, without the context of what these fucking horrible people said prior to that, dude.
I don't think that you can contextualize. Like, look, here's the deal. I like what you do. It's what I do. We're very similar, in case you haven't noticed, right? However,
not similar.
No, we are in the way
not really
in the way that we troll. We absolutely are. Because you did the retard thing to an OnlyFans girl. I did the retard thing to Jay Dyer. It's like childish, and it's silly, right? It's a childish, stupid thing. However, right, what I don't do is claim that what I'm doing is Christ-like. That's the thing.
When do I make these claims?
Well, I think you've made the claim that Christ calls on us to call out bad behavior, and I would make the argument that that's not
usually any arguments that I've made. I don't think you'll ever find a clip like that.
Your wife did. I mean, I'm not. I know
and my wife debates her own way, right?
Yeah, sure.
For me, I'm a political commentator and a political debater.
Sure.
I don't generally debate theology at all, and I definitely don't make Christian content, but I cannot divorce my ideology from Christianity, because that would be illogical and I would not be me. So the thing is, do I think that there are times where it becomes even too a little too brutal or something like this, perhaps. But the thing is like I still think that these de-escalation tactics, which are utilized with matching energy, tend to actually work pretty well. My proof, look at this debate versus the first one.
No, I agree. I think, like I said, I respect you more. I think that these long form, respectful, long form conversations, when we can both kind of put our pride away a little bit, I think they're very helpful to sort of getting rid of the animosity. And I like that we did this. I'm very grateful that we did this.
Then stop fucking tone policing. What the fuck, dude?
Fair enough. Let's be friends after this. Unblock me. I'll stop being mean. We can stop. I did the same thing with Bryson Gray in a debate just the other day. It's like, online, there's this culture online, and obviously it's a mixture of tribalism. It's a mixture of, dehumanizing somebody because you're behind your screen. I call it window theory. It's like when your windows are rolled up in traffic and somebody cuts you off, you're like, fuck you, I hope you die, right? It's because you're divorced from that person being a real human being. Whereas you're in the same car and it's the same person and your windows are rolled down.
I don't usually block anybody unless they attack my family personally.
I don't think I did that. I think that I brought up an example to make my point. Now,
yeah, I understand that may not have been your intention, but understand from my perspective when people.
Well,
so there's hundreds of people who try to dig through my life and say horrible things about family members who've passed away, every type of thing you can imagine. And so what I do is I just don't even want to deal with those fucking people, right? But I almost always will engage with almost everybody who wants to engage. But I have boundaries just like everybody else.
I responded to you. I think I responded to you in a respectful way. And if you took it that way, I do apologize.
So then how do we get you off of if we're friends and buddies now, how do we get you off of the Zionism shilling, dude?
So I don't see. I think that we talked about this last time. I think that we might.
I'm going to the restroom.
I think that we might inherently disagree on what Zionism is, because I have the theological Zionism perspective where I'm like, I truly believe that God's word of bless these people, and I believe that those are those people. I know you don't, but I believe that those are the same people that he told me to bless. I think that I have a mandate to do that. So
is that why you moved away from Catholicism?
See, I moved away from Catholicism a long time ago. Right. And I just call myself a Catholic because I don't know what else to call myself.
But, if you look through church history, none of them agree with that take. No Christians agree with that take in fact, not even the reformers agree with that take.
That's why
that's a very modern dispensationalism is extremely modern, man. That's something which has emerged basically since there was a propaganda arm for Israel to move in to the prosperity gospel preachers and give them a bunch of fucking money to assist with the idea of spreading propaganda.
So I know you might hammer me on this. I'm not sure if you will or not, but I got the Hallow app. And I've been listening to the Bible in a year with Father Mike Schmidt, and he's Catholic. And the tone I get from at least that priest, and the tone I get from the priest up the street in the Catholic Church that I have been to, is that they do support Israel. And
supporting Israel is a distinct thing from the idea that you must support Israel based on biblical theology. There could be all sorts of externality reasons, like, I don't know, you think Hamas is a bunch of fucking terrorists and you assist this people group over another. Well, it's the ought that Christians should do this based on theology that becomes very problematic, because within what you're saying is you're not allowed to have a dissenting opinion. God says you must support Israel. That's fucking wild and is not part of the theology, period.
Sure. No, I'll agree with you that that's not what he says. I think that he's talking about the practicing Jews of the Abrahamic religion, but you have to generalize and say Israel. Like, I don't call it the country of Israel, by the way. Like, I try to say this as much as possible so people actually understand that I am not necessarily a modern Zionist, where like Theodore Herzl, taking
that's modern Zionism.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I don't really consider listen. I would say that,
but that's all Zionism is. The political ideology was come up with at that first Congress of the first Congress came up. The first Jewish Congress came up with the idea from Herzl's idea of what Zionism is. It cannot be divorced from the religion of Judaism, nor the people group. Both of them have the right of return. So the idea of Zionism is going to apply to secularists as well. It's a big problem from a theological perspective to say that I must support the state of Israel, which is what Zionism is stating I must do, support the state of Israel because Jews live there. That's fucking bad, dude. That's insane.
That's not what I do. And
Gentlemen, can
go ahead.
I recommend maybe we do an in-person at a bar where you can both enjoy a beer at least together while having this conversation? I will gladly bartend and moderate and host all at the same time, because it would be very productive. We'll move on, and I will happily allow you guys to get back to that if you so choose.
No,
AC with the big right big right. Big 10 says, is woke right adjacent like MSMQ adjacent to ascribe guilt by association to any one right of Daily Wire? Does Christianity have moral absolutes? Absolutes.
Yeah, so I mean, this was part of the definition I was diving into, is like, there's not only do I have no problem with moral absolutes, but no Christian should have problems with moral absolutes, because we believe in objective truth. So there's objective truth. That means morality is objective, which means it's absolute. There's absolute morality. Like, if it's the case that Native Americans who never heard of Christ are sacrificing Indians on a temple, that's still objectively bad, even if they don't know for some reason it's objectively bad. It'd be an absolute immorality, right?
Yeah. No, I agree.
Go ahead.
The only thing I was going to say is it's kind of like what Andrew was saying and what I said in my opening statement. Woke right adjacent means that you can find tenets that apply to anybody, and that's one of the main arguments that Andrew made in this debate. Was I found tenets that you align with, and I'm like, yeah, you can do that, right? So, but we shouldn't be calling anybody woke right, and I respect Andrew's reasoning and rationale behind why we shouldn't, because he's saying it's going to be weaponized against, and people are going to get out of control with it. It's a good argument to make, and I'll consider it. But again, I think that when you make these terms, it's up to you to define it properly. It's up to you to define your intention behind it, where it's not slanderous, and the reasoning behind you're trying to do it is to, like I said, separate a bad group of actors from a party, because the bad group will hurt the overall group. Maybe
you don't care about this, right? But you don't. Here's the thing. Like, I've had some shit takes in the past, right? I don't double down on them. I just reject them outright, and the thing is like, you don't always have to save face on these things. A bad idea, you can literally just walk away from it tomorrow, and you'll be happier that you did, because you're going to see this later. Sure. I'm telling you, you're going to see this later.
In your opinion, it's a bad take. In my opinion, it's not. So I'm not doubling down on a bad take. I'm not.
Are we gonna be back here when MSNBC is fucking calling every Trump supporter MAGA woke right? I think we are, dude.
Here's what I will do. Once if it does come to pass where I realize it was a bad idea, then at that point I will totally admit it. I'm not above that. I don't have that much pride.
All right.
Fair enough. Scurby Derpy with the Big 10 says, didn't Jesus hang out with prostitutes and degenerates? He was there to push back their degeneracy, not promote it.
Correct.
Yeah, that was in my opening statement.
Yeah, but I completely agree. I'm not there to promote it. I'm there to push back.
No, my argument was Jesus didn't call him a retard, right? Like,
he said way worse things.
Yeah, no, Jesus didn't come at it with I think that. Andrew,
they call them harlots, women of the night. You're told to stay away from them. I mean, we can go through.
Jesus did that.
Well, Jesus said way worse things. Like, you have to understand, don't use the fallacy of presentism and think that when I say the word viper or snake to you, it has the same meaning it did them, or whitewashed tomb. Again, those were killable offenses. They were so slanderous. They were considered so slanderous from people. You died, right? You would get crucified by the Romans for such slander, or even by various Jewish groups in the Middle East would kill you for saying things like this. It's like, dude, no, I'm saying they said way worse things than me telling an OnlyFans girl, hey, you're engaged in prostitution and you should fucking stop.
So, last week I made the mistake of calling out a fucking cam girl, and I have had nonstop, like, just insane amounts of backlash.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Andrew blocked me, so I'm not sure he saw this post, but I made a post yesterday, I think, and I go, I kind of see why Andrew's such a dick, because I called out one OnlyFans girl and I called her a hooker based off of the fact that she sells her body online.
No. Wait, BX Bullet?
Yeah.
No, dude.
No.
Okay, so BX Bullet
I did
never did full nudes. Now, here's the thing. I agree with you, dude. I agree with you that her old cam shit's fucking cringe. But that chick was on the front lines for a lot of fucking shit that was going on behind the scenes. That was good on her. So I'm not defending any of that work, but I don't even think she would now.
That's exactly my argument. She came at me and it was like I was getting hammered by her, and I really only made one comment where I said you sound unhinged. And then once she just the same argument Andrew made, when you come back at me, I will match energy. So she came at me, started posting all the slanderous stuff like, "Oh, is this your gay dating app that somebody fabricated and made up?" And I'm like, "Is this your OnlyFans?" And then it was like, he's calling her a hooker. And I'm like, well, yeah, technically, if you sell your body to men, I don't care if you're nude or not. If you sell your body to men, you're a hooker.
That's also my argument for why a lot of these women are hookers. But the thing is, like, again, welcome to the party. I've gone after the most prolific prostitutes and advocates that you can imagine. And all they do is slander me daily. And it's like, I'm still here to rumble.
My post was basically, I can see why Andrew's a dick, because if I had to do this all the time, I would probably be a little pissed too.
Well, it's not even a matter of anger. It's a matter of these people are propagating poisonous ideologies. Yeah. And I do think that having people there to provide pushback, because just remember, I can point you to many degenerate shows that don't have it. Adam 22, many other ones who don't have those voices on there every single show allowing the pushback. And it's like, who better than me to do it? You? So this other guy? I don't think so. Like, I'm real fucking good at doing it. So the idea here of like, oh, it's an OnlyFans ad agency. First of all, it's only 15% of the women who ever go on that podcast have an OnlyFans. A lot of them are conservative women who just end up being covert feminists. And the second is, you can make the argument for anybody who's platform in a large platform like mine, that they could peel followers off, including you, right? So it's like, it's just silly to me.
Yeah, no, you make a good point.
Powder Dusty and with a big 20 says Jesus pushed back on religious authorities more than the degenerates they condemned.
Yeah, the Pharisees, he was very, I think that he gave way more condemnation to the Pharisees and Pharisaical Jews.
Yeah, because of the blasphemy. Essentially, what he saw is blasphemy against the Holy Spirit of trying to use rigorism, and in this case, contextually, the worst form of rigorism, where they were trying to basically bribe God into putting the Spirit back in the temple, and that really made Christ upset. But to say that because it is the case that he pushed back on Pharisees, who he considered to be the downpouring of the degeneracy from the hypocrisy, that he was not at war with the degens, because he fucking was. And it's very, very obvious when he's telling them to go and sin no more, that this is part of the ethics, the Christology itself, is to say no to degeneracy. We see this in all of his apostles. This includes Paul. You can look at Timothy, the letters to Timothy. You can look at Corinthians. I mean, you can go through all of it. Definitely. And by the way, not just Paul, all of them. And they are all being directly taught by Jesus Christ. They didn't just come to these takes by accident. And you can say, well, Paul, he never actually met Jesus. Like, well, he definitely met the apostles, and they were not in great conflict, were they? So this is what I'm saying is, like, yes, there was a massive pushback religiously on degeneracy of the time. And we saw this engaged with Paul, with pagans especially. It's like, it's just a silly argument to me.
Okay. And then I'm just going to try to get through the next few pretty quickly, and then we'll go and head into open panel. We do have a full panel backstage waiting. Sean Brewer's in with the Big 10 says, Misfit Patriot, how did you prepare for your debate with Andrew? Well, I learned a new term called false equivalency.
I prepared for the debate with Andrew by doing what I always do, and I sort of tried to trigger him on X and promote it and get the WWE style shit talking going, and then I just made the opening statement based off of what I thought. I think that because Andrew was so respectful in this debate, my opening statement would have been very different if we had this debate first. I think that Andrew's probably misunderstood in the same way that I'm misunderstood by many people. And I think that's true to many people you see on the internet. This is not real life, right? We kind of, live in this this false reality where you judge people based off of their tweets, and it's just not who people are.
Fair enough. All you had to do was ask me. I would have asked Andrew to set up the debate. You didn't have to go through all of that. Cole Marshall in with the Big Ten says Misfit prepared, and that was the result. Sad. Wrongful Rage in with the Big Ten says Happy Mother's Day to all. Misfit, your opening was a shit derail into absurdity. Glad you're back on track from the pre-cope smear opener you failed at.
I don't even know what that means.
The ghost of Pinochet? With the Big Ten says
Pinochet, the ghost of Pinochet.
I think you've corrected.
How dare you say his name incorrectly? The ghost of Pinochet, who is fucking awesome and always over there delivering good super chats, and that's how you treat typical fucking.
When one side plays identity politics for so long, you can expect the other side to start playing identity politics at some point. It isn't a one-way street. Principles mean nothing if you lose.
Well, yeah, this is the argument that I'm making against doing like the identity politics, because it's basically like, oh, he started it, or like if you start playing this game where they did, this is the Shiloh Hendricks GoFundMe argument, right? If you do the same thing that you just rebuked the left for doing for years, right? You're no better than the left. So if you start doing this as a reaction, if you're reactionary, I would say that it's a bad way to deal with the situation.
I don't think so. I think that holding a mirror up politically is the most effective thing you can do. And let me give you an example. Let's take boycotts. The left utilized boycotts in a very precise way for a very, very long time, and they were very effective. They would boycott various stores for not allowing LGBTQ things in. They would boycott various restaurants because they were Christian adjacent or leaned into Christianity. Their boycotts worked very effectively. The second the right adopted the same tactics by boycotting things like Bud Light against the trans advocacy and things like this, and churches got involved with that, that was the argument used against them. Oh, I thought you hated boycotts. I thought you didn't like boycotts. And it's like, yeah, right. But do you see that we also have the power to do this back, which is why you shouldn't be fucking doing it to begin with? That's the same exact thing which happened, the idea of racial consciousness, when this what happened, it was the perfect storm. The eaves of this thing, a white kid got stabbed in the chest and murdered. Objectively murdered.
Well, you don't
and
know
then
that.
and then raised hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well, even if it's the case, let's just say I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Let's just assume for a second I'm wrong. He wasn't murdered.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong because I don't have all the facts, then the people sending in the fucking money are also wrong because they don't have all the facts. So if that's the case, then the case of the matter is that they were doing it on a tribal level in order to make some kind of political statement. You making the political statement back and saying, if you're going to be tribal, we'll be tribal back, but look at how much better we can do it than you, I think is a most effective weapon.
I disagree. We just had this debate, and here's what I'll do. I'll steelman the left's argument where they really feel like it was an overcharge and an injustice against him because they don't know. You don't know. Look, here's the deal, and I want to be very clear. I think that it was probably exactly what people were saying. However, if a video comes out tomorrow, if somebody recorded this and it was actually Austin Metcalf that started it and it was completely self-defense and we got this thing all wrong, then they would be absolutely correct in their donations because they
wouldn't. That's post hoc justification.
Hold on. But they feel, based off of their, and this is not mine, their perspective, that black people are they're unfairly treated in the legal system and blah, blah, blah. I think it's bullshit. However, what we did was, or not we, what the woke right did was we took an action that was objectively bad, but proven to be bad, right? It's proven beyond a reasonable doubt because Shiloh Hendricks on camera doubled down. She said, yeah, I called him in the N-word. Yeah, you're an N-word too. I'm not comparing the two. I'm not comparing the two.
Yeah, so what?
But
Does that give the people an ability to dox and do horrible things to a family because of that?
That's irrelevant, right?
It's relevant.
No, it's not, because what we did was we rewarded what we knew was bad behavior.
No. That's this. Okay, so this is total bullshit. Let's walk through this. Okay, you're creating a post hoc justification. You're saying, if it is the case they come out with a video tomorrow that shows that this was not murder, that those people then will be righteously vindicated. It's like, no, they won't. They're operating on the same information you are, which means they're being tribal. They're tribally sending in money for the purposes of their tribe, right? And saying, fuck this guy, right or wrong, fuck this guy. That's what they're doing by sending that money in. There's no way for you to justify it any other way. They're saying, it's our tribe. We're supporting our tribe. Fuck this guy. Who cares whether it was or it wasn't, because they're operating on the same facts that I am. You say I can't call it murder. You can't say that they can't say it's self-defense. That would be a post hoc justification after the fact. So it's tribal right from the beginning.
No,
when you move it, and the thing is, they're saying, fuck you, Whitey. They're saying that literally by doing that. Otherwise, why would they be sending it without the facts? They're immediately siding with their tribe. So if that's the case, then what's going on? This girl calls this kid an N-word. No one's excusing that. If that happened, no one's excusing that. You don't get to go fucking destroy an entire life because of that. And we can back up, if that's the case, our fucking tribe too, and say, no, you don't get to destroy her whole life and her whole family, and we'll move her to someplace safe so the woke mob doesn't show up like they did during BLM and burn her fucking house down and kill her whole fucking family.
No. Listen, here's the deal. First of all, I agree with you that it's tribal, right? But you're making, and you're probably correct, but you don't have any evidence to back up that you know why these people donated.
Then
right?
why, if they don't have the facts, why are they donating?
Again, tribal, but maybe, and I don't agree, I don't think so, but maybe altruism. Maybe they really,
altruism.
Maybe they really do believe.
So
maybe
guy stabs another guy in the chest, right?
And
without having any facts at all. They send him money because...
Here's a fact. He said it was self-defense.
Oh, because he said so.
That's all I'm saying.
We have no evidence for it at all. So she's saying the same thing. She's making the same argument. It's self-defense. They're doxing me. They're going to kill my whole family. They're sending me threats. They're going to show up at my house like they've done with many people. She's trying to defend her family the same exact way. How's that not altruism of your tribe? It's the same shit.
So when somebody does something wrong, right, we should protect them when they do something objectively wrong, even though we know it's wrong.
If it is the case that you don't have the facts of the case and are sending it based on tribal level, that's already wrong.
What I'm trying to say is I'm steel manning their argument, right? Their argument is he said it was self-defense.
Do you agree with me? Two wrongs don't make a right?
I agree.
So can we say that it's inappropriate for her to call a 5-year-old the N-word?
Correct.
But that doesn't mean that it's not righteous for people to send her money because she was doxxed, and they're sending her all kinds of death threats and shit like this so that she can vacate her family and go somewhere because she may not be able to ever work again, dude. How's that not righteous?
Here's a counterpoint. Why did she keep raising the limit then?
Because people were telling her, politically astute people were telling her, you may not ever be able to work again. Your husband is probably going to get fired from his job from the cancel culture mob because they're chasing her down. Because there's people who are talking about it online everywhere who have discussed these things with this family who say this. They're like, look, we have seen the cancel culture mob go after people before. They will dox you. They'll make sure you can never work again. They'll make sure you're completely fucking destroyed and decimated for the rest of your life. You think $1 million for a young couple like that it's not shit. It's nothing. So if they can't work again, they're fucked.
You don't think it's a possibility that she was just grifting, like where it's like she goes, okay, I need 20,000 to move. It could blow over in a week, like it probably would. And she saw an opportunity to become a millionaire.
I don't think that she understood that this would become such an explosive case. The fact that it did, the fact there was so much media attention on this from not only every single political person online, but from the mainstream media, it became very obvious very quickly to many people that these people would likely have their entire livelihoods canceled within a matter of days due to political pressure of the left, I would raise the fucking limit too, because man, these people probably are not ever going to be able to work in the private sector again due to the cancel culture mob.
I mean,
I would have fucking raised it too.
One could make the argument that, actions have consequences, and I'm not making the liberal argument. I'm not making that where it's
and the action of doxing and threatening this woman for saying a fucking word had the consequence of making her a millionaire. That's right.
And the consequence of that is it made it made the whole party look like we endorsed.
Only if it is the case that people are fucking stupid enough to say that if you say the N-word, you deserve to get doxxed, have your family harassed, have rape threats, have your husband deplatformed from working ever again, have yourself deplatformed from working ever again, and be if you're going to make that case, that's the more absurd case.
But it could be, you agree that there is at least a possibility that it backfires on us because it looks optically, it looks like we are.
It looks optically like how you present it. And if a bunch of dumbasses present it as, well, she said the N-word, so you could just fuck her entire life up. That's bullshit.
No.
And the thing is it should be framed in the context of what it is. Did she do a bad thing? Sure. Do people do bad things all the time? Do people say words they're not supposed to say all the fucking time? You and me included? Sarah included? Yes. You don't deserve to be deplatformed from fucking society because of it.
I agree completely. 50,000 foot view, though, right? You look at it from the perspective of somebody who doesn't really know about the story. It looks like a bunch of right-wingers just gave a girl $1 million.
Yeah, well, it looked like a bunch of right-wingers gave a guy a license to kill when he shot a bunch of BLM rioters named Kyle Rittenhouse, too. And the thing is that history shows that the case was the opposite. We definitely backed the right horse. They were going to destroy his whole fucking life, too. They would have thrown his ass in prison. They would have locked him up, thrown away the key. We would never have seen him again. They may have executed him.
I would make the argument that Kyle did nothing wrong, though.
I think this.
Yeah, I would make. Well, hang on, but didn't he go to another place with an AR strapped to his back and got in the middle of something he really shouldn't have been in the middle of? Blah blah blah. But he didn't deserve to have his life destroyed. He didn't deserve to get shot. He deserved to be able to defend himself. It's like you say, actions have consequences. Like, yeah, they sure do. If the left wasn't trying to destroy forever these people's lives, that would not have been the reaction.
I just think it's a perpetuating cycle. But let's move on to the next one.
All right.
This is where I'm going to go ahead and go into open panel. I will save the rest of the super chats. We'll come back to them shortly, so don't worry, they will be read. And yeah, let's kick it off. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and take the just a brief moment to explain, because I know we do have some newbies to the panel. If I'm talking, that means you are not. If I have to interrupt or something after, it is for good reason. It's either to control the panel or read a super chat, because our people have voices too. If you continue to interrupt me, I'm just going to tell you to shut the fuck up or send you home. Either way, there are plenty of people backstage waiting to get on. I don't need your bullshit this evening. Outside of that, I will leave the floor open. If let's say,
is that the legendary Rob Noor? I saw the legendary Rob Noor sneak in here. What's up, Rob? How you doing?
Just trying to piggyback off greater people than me success. It's great to be here. It was a fun debate. You guys did well.
Rob, would you like to go ahead and kick it off, actually?
Yeah, sure. Why not? So, Misfit Patriot, I just had a couple questions for you. The first is, you had sort of this proprietary definition that had 4 parts. One of the parts that you seemed to be focusing on that you didn't feel you met was coercion. Could you define coercion for me?
I would say that when you promote like some sort of a mob mentality, like where you like let's say there's a lot of people on the right that that use like fake engagement and gang stalking to intimidate others. It's cancel culture, and it happens all the time with these groups. It's like report this. While we were debating, I got somebody who's saying that I'm the actual one that threatened to rape Sarah Fields, and they got to report my account. And these are right wing. Every time I look at this, I see a groiper frog attached to this account. So it's just maybe it's my own personal experience that I'm going off of, but I see a lot of the cancel culture tenants towards me.
Would it be fair to say, like, let's say you have a channel, you have a sponsor, and a bunch of groypers contact the sponsor to try to like get them? Would you consider that sort of the coercion you're talking about?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, I couldn't help but notice previously on your X feed, you seem to endorse the Bud Light boycott. Would that be an example of you being an aggrieved victim?
Bro.
So here's the thing I did with the Bud Light thing. I said I don't do cancel culture, so I'm not going to stop drinking Bud Light, but I don't drink it anyway. And I said I don't want to go down this road of doing what the left does. However, what I said was I'm for capitalism, and I'm for spending your money where you want it. So if you all want to not buy this product, I think it's a much better form.
Sounds
of
coercive. Sounds a little coercive.
Is like it's boycott through force. So I didn't endorse it full-throatedly, but I said, hey, you're free to do what you want with your own money. I don't do it.
If I can, I think one of the fundamental disagreements I have with you in this is I think that Andrew's spot on when he says that there's a reason that you've taken this term. And the reason that it's bad to take that term from the perspective of the rest of us on the right is it actually gives aid and comfort to the left, because it takes away the sting of how woke was so successful going after them. And it just applies it in a way that basically everyone on the right, including the founding fathers, based on your definition, would meet, but you're just applying it pejoratively to groups you don't like. So if I could real quick show some examples within this debate. You at one point said woke right would be people that are pro-life at conception and don't want any abortion except the life of the mother. You said that this would be an example of woke right, people that say that black people steal more, and that you wouldn't do that. Instead, you would give the reasons they do. But you understand the problem with that, right? The way we get to understanding how the world works is by first stating truths. And if you're saying you can't state that truth until you know the reason, you can't say black people commit more murder unless you know the reason why. That would be considered woke. You had said before you liked a video on X that you said was the death of the woke right, or murder of the woke right. Things that it was saying in there was things like culturally our country was better pre-World War II. And that actually Churchill didn't do everything right. So it seems to me that you've overbroadened this term so much, and that you're basically just had some bad interactions with some groypers, and you want to complain about that. And so now you're using this term that's actually helping the very group that you made your whole brand going after, the left.
Yeah, I think that, like you said, I will agree that the term is being overbroadened. I don't think that I personally have overbroadened anything. I try to define it as accurately as possible, where those four tenets aren't the only tenets. They're just the ones that I was describing for this debate purpose. I think that when you
so do the tenets expand when you want to add someone to the group?
No. I mean, I have the full chart here, and I could quickly go through it if you guys want.
Can I ask where you got the chart from?
Oh, Dusty's gonna stab somebody. Watch out.
Check yourself.
He's gonna do a Carmelo Anthony. He's going to stab somebody in self-defense on the panel right now. Watch out.
Well, if I'm trying to get rich.
Please continue, Rob.
Where did you get the chart from?
I saw it. Yeah, I saw it on X. Okay, so it's the difference between the left and right based on foundational narrative, and it would take me way too long to go through all of this. Identity politics, moral absolutism, approach to traditions and institutions, view of liberty, truth and evidence, role of state, tactics of coercion, inclusion, vision of reform versus revolution. Now, I'm not going to go through this whole chart, obviously, but I'll post it. What it does is it brings the similarities in detail between the two, and then the person can decide for themselves.
Rob, I must apologize. Somebody has some people in the background, and it is very distracting. If you have people in your house that are talking very loudly, or a tab open or something, I'm not sure what it is, but it's very obnoxious and annoying. I can hear it. Please just mute yourself and I'll be happy. Thank you. Continue, Rob.
You mind if I chime in?
I'll stick around real quick. I'll just finish with this point, but I can stick around, no problem. But I don't want to dominate. I think that like even there, like
dominate, do it.
I think that it's clear that you're admitting that this is sort of a proprietary definition. Now you're bringing on a definition that you found on X. For all we know, that came from a liberal centrist like James Lindsay, right?
No.
And so the problem is, even you on your X account, you've given like 7 definitions of woke and woke right. Then we have definitions from people like James Lindsay. Now they might all have similarities, but they're different on sort of how they're. Real quick, they're different on how they're being applied. I think even you can see the danger of how this is being used. Even in this debate, you started off very brashly in your opening statement, and you made the claim that Matt Walsh was like a mouthpiece for the woke right, and you said, Andrew Wilson, you are woke right adjacent. By the end of the shellacking that you got, you were like, oh, you're certainly not woke right, and we have to worry about friendly fire. Even in the 2 hours of this debate, you've already waffled on who's woke right. How many
times are you going to gaslight me in this tirade? Look,
I hope zero.
You gaslighted like 20 times in your closing, where you claim that you did not make, where you claim you didn't say things that you did actually say.
You guys done? All right. Look, I didn't say Matt Walsh was woke right.
Are you done gaslighting?
Hold on. I didn't say Andrew Wilson was
woke. Are you done gaslighting?
Are you going to shut the fuck up, dude?
Are you done gaslighting?
Stop, Adam. It's enough.
I didn't say Andrew was woke right in my opening statement. I never said Matt Walsh was woke right.
Rob didn't say you said that.
He said adjacent. He said adjacent.
I said
adjacent. Rob was very. Why are you gaslighting all of us? You're claiming that Rob is saying something you didn't say. Continuous gaslighting
I thought
with
girls
Misfit.
called people gaslighters. Come on now, get to the point.
You want me to finish?
Really understand gaslighting.
Stop fucking gaslighting Adam, Sarah.
Everybody gaslit. I don't even trust my own senses anymore.
Everybody put the gaslighters down. Look, like I said,
I love Russian film.
So all I was trying to say is that Andrew I can make the argument that Andrew is adjacent, just like he made the argument that I'm adjacent. And I don't want to broaden the term, and the term will be weaponized. My question to you is, when you call somebody woke left, can you tell the difference between a simple Democrat and a woke leftist? And I think that everyone understands what it is, right? Whereas,
what is it? You tell me. If everyone, I know what I would say. But
I would say the woke faction of the left wing is the more progressive, like the squad, right? So we have the squad on the left, and we have the groypers on the right. I think that they're both bad.
But that's not a definition. That's just identifying people that you're claiming are.
Hey guys, I'm the woke left. Do you mind if this representative of the woke left chimes in a little bit? First of all, I want to say,
shout out to the wokest boy ever, Ryan.
You guys were talking about Carmelo Anthony earlier. I do want to be clear that the police affidavit regarding that, so the evidence regarding that case does show or does outline that Austin did instigate that verbally and physically. Just to be clear about the facts of that matter.
Doesn't mean that it was self-defense.
That's one of over 30 witnesses.
So just to be clear, the reason people are donating is because they want to make sure that he gets.
No, they're donating because it's tribalism. They want to say "fuck you, Whitey."
Maybe they disagree with you. I disagree with you, obviously. So I'm speaking to the topic here.
I don't know.
Can I give a
definition? Everybody here has seen the comments. Everybody here has seen the comments on the GoFundMe.
Guys,
shut up.
Girl,
can I give a quick definition of woke?
Listen.
How about,
okay,
woke? Learn a lesson. I literally just said, shut the fuck up. Ryan, could you please continue your thought, please? Thank you.
I appreciate you. So woke politics, as it's usually defined, is talking about how systems shape outcomes, that injustice is built into institutions, and collective action can dismantle it. The woke right plays a dirty trick. They steal the structure of that critique, they strip it of substance, and they flip the target. They cry that family court bias. They cry about family court bias to reassert male dominance, not to protect women or kids. They treat queer freedom as a personal attack. Andrew himself has claimed that gay marriage devalues his own marriage somehow. They call learning history anti-white. They scream groomer while policing your kids' bodies by law. It's not just hypocrisy, it's Darvo. It's denying the harm, attacking truth tellers, and reversing the victim and offender.
Hang on. Actually, Ryan, this is fucking great.
Last sentence before Andrew, calm down.
But I'm going to agree with you.
The woke right is, well, that's fine. You can agree with me when I'm done.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's real. The woke right is real, and it's stolen language weaponized for repression.
Now, hang on, Ryan. Can you help me out with something? You would consider yourself to be a political leftist, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for that, misfit patriot, you fuck. Thanks for that, misfit patriot, you fucking fuck. Me and Rob really appreciate that, misfit patriot. Good fucking job, misfit patriot.
You know what? I agreed with, like, I don't know, 30% of what he said, you know? And if they're recognizing it, right? But if they're recognizing it and
Total cope. No. You tell me what exactly you actually disagreed with Ryan about. I don't even believe you.
I don't agree about the gay people and the groomer thing. But anyway, hold on. What I'm saying is, if he is now, as a woke leftist, putting a negative connotation on the woke right, he's putting a negative connotation on himself. So it cancels out. He's basically saying,
no, he's not. He loves this shit. He loves intersectionality. He adores it. He thinks equity is the way things should be. He's 100% behind it. He thinks your definition of it is great. He can't wait to call more fucking right wingers woke right. Look at this fucker. Ryan, tell me I'm wrong. You can't wait, can you? No, he loves it. Thank you, Misfit Patriot. You're a fucking swell guy, Misfit Patriot.
What Ryan just said, I don't know if you didn't hear it. What he just said is that the model is correct, but it's being misapplied. Right. That's what he just said. So he's saying the woke left is correct and the woke right is incorrect. That's what he just said.
Well, let me ask you a question specifically.
Obviously, you disagree with the model, but that's not what I'm saying that's what he said. Okay.
Sure.
Ryan, let me ask you a question specifically. The first thing you mentioned there seemed to be like the court systems, right? And you said something, I don't want to put words in your mouth. So your argument was they've adapted sort of this phrase of like the institutional bias, but it's not really to protect women and children. It's for the grievances of men.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you tell me why that's a bad thing?
Because their concern is not about women and children like they claim it to be. It's
okay, but
I mean, I care about people in general, not just women.
What do you mean? One, do you think the concerns of men's concerns are valid?
Which concerns?
Like, for example, it seemed to be that you were saying about like custody battles and things like that. So a man being far less likely to get custody of his child after a divorce.
I think generally there's a lot more grounded reasons for why that is than the courts just being biased.
But you would admit that there's at least some court bias, right? And traditionally, there has been. Yeah. Okay. Great.
So then, so then the question is, what is the language that they're using in the context of those sort of criticisms of divorce court, etc., where they're lying, they're misleading people that they care about the woman and the child?
So they're using the lens of systemic issues, which I think is a useful lens. But the reason they're misapplying it is because they dodge all the rest of the picture. Like they focus specifically on men's grievances, and instead of an intersectional lens where they understand how those issues hurt men and women and children.
But the same is true. The same is true of the woke left, and that's why Andrew's definition of this is actually reactionary makes more sense, because this is a reaction of the woke left has only focused on the issues of the groups that they consider to be oppressed. Men are considered oppressors, and so their well-being and concern when it comes to issues, in this case divorce courts, are never looked at. In fact, I would bet that you yourself have mocked men's rights issues groups and people that talk about men's rights as being bigoted and unfairly, unjustly adapting the framework of the woke left, etc., etc. So you yourself proves the point of that your side as well is only viewing it through one lens.
No, I disagree. I think that like I said, I approach it from an intersectional lens where I understand how it hurts men as well. I think that men are also harmed by like
explain to me how women disproportionately getting custody of children afterwards is a good thing for men, because that's what happens. And so you would have to say, oh no, the right is wrong when they say that hurts men. That's actually beneficial for men. Can you explain that?
Well, I would say generally in the cases where the children are given to the mother, it's because the mother is deemed to be a more appropriate guardian, and a lot of those young men a lot of those children are going to grow up to be young men, and so those men are going to benefit from being in a more stable household than they would be if they were granted to the man who's deemed to be a less stable parent.
Give me the percentage just off the I'm not going to hold you to an exact number, but just give me an idea of the average husband versus the average wife, or the average man versus average woman that are parents. That on average, how often would you assume the woman would be better than the man?
I think when we're speaking to specifically the court cases, I'm more focused on the framing of
the
woke
irony of
politics
what
in
you've
this
just
case
done
right
there,
now.
I don't think you have any
I think
evidence
you're-
to
I
back
think
up
you're
your
kinda-
claim other than institutional bias, which is ironic because that again gets to Andrew's point about the reactionary. What are you reacting against? All of the institutions are on your side. You point to an institutional bias and say, see, clearly if women are getting the children more, it must mean that the women are better. And therefore, men, they have it totally wrong when they're looking at their issues. And by the way, we could go through each and every example you gave of the woke right being bad and play that same game each and every time. The truth is, you don't care,
We should
nor
do
does
that.
the woke left
We should do
about
that.
these issues of the groups that are oppressed. You don't care about white issues. You don't care about male issues. You don't care about Christian issues. These groups are considered oppressors, and so the cultural Marxist framework of woke says that they should be attacked. The reactionary says
Well, I
we're
don't
not
appreciate
asking for
telling you what I
special
care about,
privileges.
Rob.
We just want an even playing
Right.
field.
We're not looking for equity. Exactly. We dismiss the idea of equity and egalitarianism completely, right? Which is the pillars. And Ryan, you have to admit, the pillars that you're after here are based around equity, aren't they?
I like egalitarianism. I like equity.
But equity, well, equity and egalitarianism aren't the same word, and they mean different things. But they're two pillars that you have, and I think that a lot of right wingers agree with you on egalitarianism. But don't you think most right wingers dismiss the idea of equity?
When you say equity, what do you mean?
So the way it's traditionally explained by your woke side would be tall guy, short guy, tall guy, short woman at a fence. Tall guy can see over the fence. Equity would be bringing a little box over so that woman can stand on the box and also see over the fence. That would be equity.
Sure. So it's like, that's a good kind of memeified version of it. I agree. So it's basically like it's equality of opportunity of outcome.
Yeah. So that would be
What?
equity. And so that's not the case. But if you,
Quality
as long
of
as you,
opportunity of outcome.
whatever, hang on, but whatever you want to determine that as, the pillar of this intersectionality is indeed equity. Yeah. You want equity. That's the
in
point.
My terms, not in
Yeah,
the way
in
you
your
just-
term.
well,
No,
in the way
I'm
you
not talking
described
about
it,
me,
not
but
the
in
way
your
that it's
terms,
usually-
equity is the pillar, right?
It's a pillar. Yeah, sure.
Well, I mean, if I were to reduce why intersectionalism is so important to you, it would be so that you could determine where things are unequal and unequitable between various groups and create corrections for that, right?
Yeah, where there are discrepancies
Right.
between opportunity.
So it reduces to equity, egalitarianism is my whole point. That's why these two things are not equitable at all when it comes to the ideological principles between what Misfit calls woke right, what you call woke left. Now, you see, I just demonstrated for you, Misfit Patriot, the distinction reduction of this very ideology comes down to fucking equity. Now, hopefully you see it for yourself and look at how quickly he weaponized your language against all of the right. All of them.
Hey, I have just two questions for Mr. Patriot.
Before you go, I want to read just a couple more super chats, and then I'll turn it back over to you, Adam. Noah R. with the Big Ten says, call me crazy, but if Misfit Patriot needs basic concepts of debates explained to him, he probably shouldn't be doing debates.
Oh, I love this one. So here's the deal. I think that you should always accept debates and you should always engage in long form content, even at the risk of losing them, because I think that it's the only way that we come together as a nation. I don't think that we should have this appeal to authority on who is and isn't a good debater. I think that that's the fucking the Douglas Murray argument that everybody made against him, where they were like, why is it that only experts can do this thing? Right? I don't know the language. I don't know the freaking logical.
There's a course I know of that can help you, though. It's called Debate University. It's very good.
Yeah, I heard about
even leftists who buy it enjoy the course.
See,
so
that's actually, you know what? I'll make
Buy it now.
buy it now.
I'll make the counter.
Do it. Hurry up.
I'll make the counter argument to that, because I think that what debates have sort of devolved into is this sort of elite group of people who are really good at using
Logic.
framing tactics. No, I'm saying framing tactics from traditional debates, where it was debates used to be between basically professional debaters, the great debaters, and then you get people that sort of come in and talk to these people who are versed in debates versus people who aren't versed in debates, and the people who are versed in debates win, and the other people.
Well, hang on. Rob was a professional debater, and I have seen Oxford level debates, just like Jay Dyer says. Insults are the nature of debate, and so is framing. Because if I can't frame my worldview, you can't frame yours. What the fuck are we arguing?
No, we're not arguing. What I'm saying is, I think that people should do debates who are not like great debaters in order to.
I agree, but shouldn't they try to get better at their craft?
That's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah. So I have a course for you, Debate University. It's gonna pay Rob's salary this month, so fucking buy it. Buy it now.
If you don't find that,
There's
very
definitely
satisfying. Hang on. If you don't find that, if you're not interested in that debate course specifically, then you should check out the Radical Coder channel, because I personally have gone against Rob and Andrew for 3 hours straight,
and lost.
And
go to debateuniversity.com today to buy
you
a
can learn what that
could
do. Peaches in with the Big Ten says Misfits an emotional toddler unable to comprehend Andrew's logic, so he hurls insults and refuses to admit he's wrong. Jesus doesn't approve of hypocrisy. He's prideful, emotional, and stiff-necked.
I think with the exception of my opening argument, there were very few insults in this debate. I think it was actually really well done.
Yeah, you utilized an interesting strategy at the beginning, which I think others might want to adopt. I'm going to coin it pre-debate cope, where before your opening statement, you provide all of the reasons why you will not be winning the debate.
It is
a good strategy, you know.
It is not a good strategy. It's one of the most loser mindset things when you start off saying, "Well, the only reason it looks like I'm going to lose is because the other person's a better debater." Like that's nonsensical.
That's
the equivalent. But that's the equivalent of being like, well, the only reason I'm about to lose this boxing match is because the other guy's a better boxer than me.
So I've been checking the comments. I've been checking the comments under Sarah's X, and some people are actually claiming that I won the debate. I'm sure they're fans of mine, but that's the whole thing. It's subjective, right? It's like, I mean, a debate is always going to be subjective.
Yeah, but some people think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, what are you going to do? Make the populist argument? Well, Andrew has more followers and more fans, so more people are going to say he won the debate.
But that's fine. But what I'm saying it is not an argument to not be able to.
I'm going to call this one post-debate cope.
It's not an argument to push back against a legitimate argument that your opponent's making by saying, "Oh, you're just doing that good debater thing." That's not an argument.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I knew what I was doing when I wrote the opening.
But you did it after that too. But
fair enough. Jess Gerald in with the Big Ten says, "I'm still not understanding what the woke right is." And to be quite frank, hold on. I said I would. I want to respond to that specific one. Okay. Fine. Jesus, Adam. God, you want to talk so bad.
Yeah, well, so James Lindsay put out the most succinct definition he's ever put out for anything ever on this, just earlier today. So his definition is a group of wokeness is a group of people who believes that they're being oppressed by some hegemonic culture, and they believe that due to them being on the outside, they have some greater insight into reality, and that they should group up with other people who are on the outside in order to take over the system. Now, the woke right in this would just be a right-wing person who does that. Now, obviously, that's incredibly broad, but that's a definition which he said on a podcast and then posted all over his Twitter. So that's
and you can just make this trivially true about any group which exists. So it's meaningless. And you know what else is meaningless? The fact that Jess Gerald's out here whoring around on me, which I keep on telling him not to, you know what I mean? But he just keeps fucking doing it. It's fucking bullshit, Jess Gerald. Why? You sent it to a chick's channel, Jess Gerald. What the fuck, dude? What's going on here?
He's putting my kid through Catholic.
Maybe because I'm nicer to him. Look, you're yelling at him. I never yell at him.
He yells at me.
But I do still have my questions for Misfit Patriot. Sorry.
I want to follow up on something Rob said.
Hold on. We'll get through two more, and then I'll give it back to Adam. Okay. The Unquirer with the Big Ten says woke equals identity politics mixed with Marxism, oppressor-oppressed framework.
That's a perfect.
And the Trib One with the Big Ten says, came in very late from what I saw. Andrew clearly won. Woke is a term in like many terms. It can be used many ways without losing its meaning. The meaning is what matters. Bad faith ops weaponize ghosts.
He came in late, so he didn't see my opening statement where I said this was going to happen.
That's fair. And just a kind reminder to all of you.
That's that pre-debate cope, bro. That's what he's talking about.
Just a kind reminder to all of you, it is Mother's Day, and you all give me validation knowing I can come on a panel and mom every one of you, and it is beautiful and the epitome of what today is. Thank you so kindly. Adam, to you.
Yeah, so Patriot, I was trying to understand your position on the founders. It seemed as if, now tell me if I'm wrong, but it seemed that your position was it's improper to refer to them as woke because they existed prior to the term being used widely, so they wouldn't qualify as woke. Is that accurate to your position?
Not really, but kind of. But basically, I think that Andrew correctly identified that woke was brought up to by the Black community. I think it was as a challenge to the authority structure where they wanted equity. Correct?
Equity, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So if that whole thing didn't really exist when because the founders founded the country. So I guess you could say that there is some way to say that that's what they were doing towards the British.
Well, I mean, it just definitionally fits your definition. So, like, the thing is
it even fits Lindsay's definition.
Yeah, I could say easily, for instance, that I could look at the historic standard for people who practice communism before we gave words to what communism was. A very good example of this, which is often cited, is Jamestown. As a refutation of communism, that they lived in a more communal state, which is likened to a communistic state. And until they moved over to a more capitalism frame, they were all starving to death. I've actually heard that used as a refutation. And I think it's fine to use it as long as they fit the paradigm of what you're talking about. They would be considered, at least in present day, to be fucking woke right? I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it by your definition.
Sure. Yeah. Like
and to James Lindsay's definition, they certainly believed, but
I don't think James Lindsay's doing a great job at defining it because he's getting way too intellectual and way too,
James Lindsay is the person who popularizing the term.
He popularized it, and Jordan Peterson even said that he doesn't have it down. Like he on Joe Rogan, who was like, Lindsay's correctly identifying the problem, but not articulating the definition.
But just real quick, you do understand that you appealed to not just Lindsay, but Dan Crenshaw and others, right? When you were like, everyone came up with this at the same time. How could disparate people? So to now be like, well, I actually don't think his definition is correct.
No. You're misinterpreting what I said. What I said was everybody, three separate people recognized a problem around the same time of a subculture of the right that was becoming problematic, and the way that we viewed it was somehow woke, and we defined it separately without any definitions match. I don't know what Dan Crenshaw's definition. Dan Crenshaw's a cunt, so I don't know what his definition is. Right? James Lindsay, I don't really follow James Lindsay. I don't know what his politics are.
Let me ask you this: you have a big MAGA tattoo in your leg, right?
Oh, I got Donald Trump.
So you're a Trump fan, right?
I have a historical tattoo on my leg.
Right, of the defiant photo, right, of Trump getting shot. There's a good chance that James Lindsay thinks that Donald Trump's woke.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. If
he does believe that JD Vance is woke, he's been clear about that.
So Dan Crenshaw's a rhino. I'm MAGA. James Lindsay's something else. We're all recognizing a problem.
James Lindsay's a new atheist.
Yeah, sure. Right. So
he believes all the same shit that a new atheist would believe.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. You're actually proving my point.
A neocon new atheist, no doubt.
Yeah, so you're proving my point. Three different people of three different ideologies recognized a problem in the right and called it out, and we just accidentally all called it the same thing. That's ridiculous. We called it that because it's what it looked like.
Wait, hang on. Wait. You tattooed a man's name to yourself, bro?
No, I tattooed.
Terrible.
I tattooed Donald Trump. I'll put it on the screen. I tattooed the Time magazine cover. The Time magazine cover where Donald Trump is holding up his arm.
So you tattooed a man to yourself?
Absolutely.
Well,
and I have $100 super chat that came in via Cash App from Mr. He says, "Shout out to Rob, PA boys keeping it red with the big 100. Shout out to you, Mr. Thank you so kindly."
Well,
go ahead.
Misfit Patriot, I just have one thing to say regarding the whether or not the founders were woke thing. The reason I'm asking about the historical point is because if you're going to say that the founders were not woke due to the term not being around at the time, you would then have to disagree with James Lindsay and most of the other people using the term woke that Marx was woke. They all say Marx was woke.
Yeah.
But the term wasn't around during Marx, so either you have to admit that it can be applied historically, or it can't. And if it can't, Marx can't be woke.
I don't call Marx woke. So again, right? Like I don't know.
Did you just say yeah?
I think I was being a little bit more like literal than.
Let's talk about modern woke.
So yeah, like I mean, you can say that. All right. So Andrew did a good job at this, right? He said that you have a new term that you're trying to use as a defining term to somebody, and this is what it actually is, right? So reapplying it like new terms to old people, you need to take into the full context of, does it actually apply based off of where the ideology was at that time? So like, yeah, if you say women they excluded women, so that's woke, I'm like, yeah, but that was a different time where it's like they excluded women because that was just the way of the world at that time. They didn't exclude women like if we excluded women right now who already have rights.
Okay, wait, hold on. So hypothetically, hypothetical scenario, the people who you're calling woke left, they win everything. Like they completely take over all of culture. Ryan wins, becomes dictator, and then immediately abolishes the dictatorship after implementing everything he likes because he hates dictatorship.
So based.
So
based.
In that case, would wokeness no longer exist because it's just the culture. Now it's not an ideology. It's just purely cultural.
I mean, I don't know. I guess you could say that woke is purely cultural.
Okay, so when it becomes implemented as policy, it's no longer like official government policy, then it's no longer wokeness. So it would be improper to say that any president is woke, like a law is woke.
I don't. Yeah, I think we're getting into the weeds here. I think that
let's get in the weeds.
I think that its definition.
This is linguistic masturbation.
I think that its definition should be. I think this definition should be applied to a people group. Correct.
So when I just think that you're in tenuous footing anytime that you're saying that people that historically meet the exact definition that you've outlined wouldn't be considered because the term wasn't around yet. We could retroactively look at someone and say that person was a slave owner. It doesn't matter if the term slave owner was around.
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm saying just apply it to the actual standard of the time. If you're going to retroactively apply it, don't apply it to 2025 standards and then put it in 1770.
Well, hang on here. Well, this is easy. Hang on. Were the apostles Christians?
I want me to go.
The apostles were Messianic Jews.
Were they Christians, though?
Well, they were by today's standard, yeah, but they were Messianic Jews.
Okay, so hang on. The term didn't exist, but you would consider them Christians, right?
I guess so, but they were Messianic Jews.
Were they? What is a Christian?
The follower of Christ.
Okay, and were and hang on. Who other than the apostles were the mosty followery of Christ?
The Jews.
The Jews were not the followers of Christ.
The Messianic Jews.
No.
Sorry, hold on, Andrew.
Who are the mostest follower? Hang on.
He's making your point by using the term Messianic Jew. He's making your point by using the term Messianic Jew. Messianic Jew is a contemporary.
Didn't exist. Yeah, it didn't exist at the time. But again, the idea here is like, who are the most followers of Christ ever? Wouldn't it be? Well, I don't know. His fucking apostles, bro.
Yeah. No,
yeah. So they were Christians, right? They were Christians.
What we call them today is Christians. Yeah.
Okay. They were Christians, right?
What they didn't.
They didn't have. It doesn't matter. You see what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter. They were Christians.
That's
when we talk about woke right now. Like when we talked about the history of the word woke, right? We were talking about how
it is true that the term Christian didn't exist in the same way.
Hold on, Adam. He was already talking. Stop it.
So I think Andrew apparently mentioned that the word woke generally comes from like the Black community, right? And what they're identifying is specifically it's not just cultural problems; it's actually like legal, structural oppression of Black people. Like
it's a problem of equity.
Black people were almost done. That Black people were allowed to do certain things, Black people were not allowed to do certain things that white people were allowed to do. So
no. That's it's more modern than civil rights.
I mean, I think it emerged from that.
No, it's more modern than that. The term woke is more modern. It's more modern. It's more modern than civil rights. The popularity of the term, especially, is way more modern than civil rights. I'm not going to say nobody ever in the civil rights movement used the word woke, but I think you'd be hard pressed to find that in the. But hang on. But the idea here still. I agree that with the leftist analysis here of what they mean by woke, which is still going to be equity. Now, I don't agree with the ideology, but I agree that's what they mean by the terms. You know what I mean?
Sure.
That's why it's so important to make those distinctions.
Sure, I think that
Totally.
the oppressor oppressed.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead. So, well,
No,
I was
go.
just gonna real quick. I think that what you're saying with the oppressor oppressed, like defining term is the most defining term of woke. Whereas on the left, the oppressor oppressed is like this capitalistic society and the systematic racism and this, that, and the other. And then on the woke right, it's like this cabal of
there is no woke right. That you're talking about a reactionary movement
I get you.
to the purposes
we are
of them forcing through the institutions the ideology of intersectionality. There is no woke right. That's the wrong way to. And here's what you did too. You gave this little fuck a bunch of ammunition to use against the very people you would support. Like, I guarantee you, Ryan right now could make a case for why it is that Matt Walsh is woke right. I bet you fucking any. Yeah, exactly. See, definitely. First thing you said, definitely. Go ahead. Tell me why. Tell me why Matt Walsh is woke right, Ryan. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the examples I brought up in my opening was about how the anti-CRT crowd, which James Lindsay himself hilariously contributed massively to this, but these people call learning history anti-white. Right? They're upset that people are learning.
Hang on. Let him give the analysis. That's all that matters. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. They characterize this as institutional racism against white people, but when people talk about systemic racism, they're looking at like healthcare outcomes, the school to prison pipeline. They're looking at education outcomes.
So is Matt Walsh woke right, Ryan?
Totally, yeah. He thinks.
Oh, hey, thanks, Misfit Patriot.
Yeah,
thanks, bro. Thank you, Misfit Patriot.
Hold on. Here's my argument.
Hold that thought.
My argument to him is, why are you listening to him? He's woke left.
Because my predictor was that you gave a loaded machine gun to my fucking enemies, and you did. And here you see a guy. Listen, Ryan literally jockeys himself as like some sort of foil to me. He's not, but he likes to at least jockey himself like that, right? He likes to at least present himself as some kind of foil. But all of these newscasters and shit like this, bro, you are going to give them the most amount of fucking ammunition they've had in 2 years doing this kind of shit. We all know that that's going to happen. You think that Ryan there, who's hang on, he's half a dumbass, and he's already making and constructing arguments for why the people you do like are the very thing you're promoting.
So the people that have absolutely
Matt Walsh thinks white people are victimized by equality.
See?
The people that have absolutely no credibility, that have destroyed their credibility, are going to try to get their credibility.
You're destroying your credibility by giving them ammunition against our side, bro. Don't give them ammo. Give them nothing. Listen. Always take the Wilson mantra. Not one step back and give them fucking nothing. Give them nothing. Don't let them have anything. The only thing I'll ever give Ryan is a new tooth because at heart, I'm a humanitarian fucking guy. I just am. But the thing is like, listen, don't give them anything for their political ideology. Fucking nothing.
All right.
Well,
Emotional damage comes in with the Big Ten and says, is recognizing ignorance bad faith? I would argue that it's good faith and pure love, making you realize you need to read and educate yourself before you debate someone like Andrew.
I don't think that I argued anything.
Hang on, I gotta ask a single question to you, Misfit Page. This came up in the chat from another panel show called his name is Speakeasy. I've been on his panels a bunch. He asked, so if a man in 1200 sucked 100 dicks, bro, is he gay?
I would assume so.
Oh, the term didn't exist then. The term didn't exist then, right? So he can't be gay, right?
We've already established that you can retroactively use.
All right. There we go.
Yeah, I've never said.
So if you sucked 100 dicks at 1200, you're fucking gay, right?
Yeah. Well.
All right. Emotional damage in with another 10 says, my prayer tonight to Jesus is to make misfits stumble on a book tonight, open it and read it.
I have books. I have them right there. A couple right there.
Katie K with the big 24. Release Satan. Satan is.
He's out.
Red Fox with the Big Ten says Andrew gave a free masterclass on debate. Misfits subscribe to Andrew's Debate University. The hot take that Andrew was using tricks when he was using Socratic logic is wild.
Well, I was using the Socratic method, but I mostly use Aristotelian or Platonic logic, honestly.
Andrew needs to give me a free month because I made him a lot of money just debating me. I'm very popular. He said it in the comment section. He goes, it's gonna be very profitable for me.
Yeah, for me.
Yeah, so give me a free month and I'll take your stupid course.
Oh.
Yeah,
right.
but you realize you don't pay monthly. It's just one time you get the whole course. Forever.
How much is it?
That would be a net loss for you.
Yeah, it's not that. It's a couple $100.
Okay, give me a couple $100.
No way. No, I mean, I got to give it to Ryan for his tooth,
my tooth fund. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, it's for his tooth fund.
Stealing from this woke leftist here.
A Bree with the Big Ten. Ryan, I see the hurt and chat GPT in your eyes. Hope
I want to respond to this. I will not
Go
cook
ahead.
less. But first of all, I want to say, first of all, I love using as a neurospicy ADHD person. ChatGPT is super helpful for organizing my thoughts. But second of all, I think it's really funny that what's happening here is that Andrew is mad that I'm using the label that Misfit seems to be recognizing. That even James Lindsay, my longstanding enemy, is recognizing. But he's saying we should not use this label because Ryan is going to identify the same thing we're talking about, and he's going to point it out to us, and it's going to be a disaster. And I think
no.
Well, hang on. Actually, Ryan, I'll just grant it because it makes my point and demonstrates it perfectly, right?
Yeah,
the idea here is that I don't. First of all, your ideology is fucking stupid, but the idea that it can be applied. The idea that it can be applied to people who reject equity and egalitarianism as a general rule anyway is fucking hilarious to me. And the fact that you will craft this as though you can point out the same group that these guys are trying to point out, even knowing they reject that ideology, you have to do tons of mental gymnastics to do it. The whole point is to take the nomenclature of woke, which you have had on your shoulders because it's really fun to make fun of you woke fucks, and then try to apply it to the right. That's it. You're jockeying and piggybacking off of people, once again, like most of you do, who are much more successful than you, trying to adopt their language to humiliate them. And that's my exact fucking point. Both of you guys make my point. Both of your fucking ideologies are stupid. I've blown both of them out multiple times. I'll continue to do so. But the one thing about Misfit Patriot that you don't have, Ryan, is perhaps he's somewhat teachable. And in this particular instance, right, you gotta think about this because this is being demonstrated to you now in real time, bro. Real time.
So, wait, can I respond to that? Because there was a lot of stuff.
No, shut up, Ryan.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so
Wait. Go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate it. Yeah, so to be clear, in my initial statement, again, I identified that we're using the word woke to talk about the aesthetic that people like Matt Walsh.
Yeah, I reject that though.
Lindsay are identifying, and that's fine. You can reject it. I'm
I
telling
do.
you what I. Yeah, you can reject it. I'm
Matt
telling
Walsh
you what I
doesn't
believe.
He doesn't have a victim mentality though.
I totally disagree.
Matt Walsh doesn't really have a victim mentality. He doesn't blame the system for his problems. What he does is he tries to raise all ships with the tide, and I think that I think that there are people who are mischaracterizing prominent figures already. I understand Andrew's argument there, and I actually
way to go, Misfit.
No, but you're blaming me when you should be blaming the people that acted fucking woke. Right, and then three separate people.
You don't listen. You don't have to double down on the madness.
Wokeism.
You can just say, like, look, I hate these reactionaries. They don't reflect what it is that I believe on the right. Right, I don't like them. Their fucking viewpoints are stupid. This and that. But what you do, you take it one step further and you adopt a leftist framework in order to give the leftist ammunition against the people you do not think are reactionaries.
I'm gonna start calling them reactionary woke right. That's what I'm going to do.
Oh my
What
God.
is the utility of the phrase?
Word.
Actually, I want to, Evan, your panel squatting again. I want to go ahead and give you a moment to ask whatever question you want, have your engagement, then I'm going to go ahead and boot you, okay?
All right, sounds good. The Misfit Patriot, you're literally recreating the term alt-right that was used all throughout like the 2010s and before that, claiming anything right of like Mitt Romney was like a fascist, and you're just bringing that back.
Yep.
So please don't.
Yeah, with a different frame. And the thing is the leftists, By the way, the alt-right was coined by who? The right. It was coined by neocons. They were the ones who coined the alt-right, and it was used as a terrific weapon by the mass news media, leftist news media, and they were trying to identify that, by the way, MAGA's alt-right. All the people that you like are alt-right. That people who believe in the views you believe in are fucking alt-right. And basically saying anybody who was a right to a center leftist was alternative right. They were all racialists. They all fucking hated blacks. They all hated women. They all wanted to fucking oppress everybody. That's what they mean by alt-right, dude. Rob can, in fact, I bet you anything, Rob can walk you through the pacing.
I understand.
It's coming into the first Trump administration. Alt-right was utilized like you can't even imagine.
Don't you understand that's the genius behind it? Because the left can't.
No,
Can I ask you something?
Can you not interrupt? I want to get one thing out. This is the genius behind it, right? Because like Ryan can fucking say all day that Matt Walsh is woke right. Nobody's going to listen to him because he's woke left. The media can who just destroyed their credibility can say woke right, and it won't fucking matter because the media is woke left. You basically are taking their power away from them by giving a term that they can't use because it would hurt their own side.
Let me refute this real quick, but with your own words, right? You're saying that most normies don't understand political concepts and they don't understand direct political concepts, which means that they're very open to rhetoric and propaganda. And yet at the same token, they're so politically fucking savvy that when the mainstream media comes out and begins to propagate this type of propaganda, somehow they're going to see through it. That's fucking bullshit, and it's a contradiction.
It's the walks like a duck fucking tact. Like, dude, this is what I'm saying. Imagine if fucking CNN comes out right tomorrow and goes the woke right. Like people would be like, "What the fuck? Are you saying woke is bad? Are you saying woke is bad because motherfuckers are woke?"
No, the opposite. They would use it as a discrediting tactic to say the whole time they've been saying woke, they're doing the exact same thing. Ha 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 ha. When it came to the alt-right, but again, the contradiction in terms here was very simple to point out. You said in our debate, most people are not politically savvy enough to understand distinctions and definitions and the understanding of these narrow political views. I agree, and agreed with you in the debate that that's mostly true, which means that they're at the mercy of the rhetoric and at the mercy of the propaganda. And what you've done is allowed the propagandists to go ahead and utilize this against the very kind of like normie cons that you're trying to convert by your own admission. It's a contradiction in terms. Oh, I can't wait for the media to start propagating this term against the normie cons who are too stupid to understand political rhetoric, but at the same time, all those people are going to see through the political rhetoric. That's stupid, dude.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I also think it's really
I have a
important
question for you,
point
Mr.
out-
In the same vein as Andrew's critique.
I want to point out that
Hold
it's
on, because
really
Kier hasn't spoken very much, so I'd like to allow him.
Yeah, I have a question in the same vein as Andrew's critique, as it's sort of a matter of strategy, right? So even if I took your understanding and your definition to be accurate, you would be identifying large portions of the necessary coalitions for you and the people you want to maintain power. So I'm confused. What is the utility in doing this?
Well, it's to isolate a group that is, I think, bringing down the entire party, right? Like, so if we don't,
right, but you're identifying most of the party. You're just bringing it all
I'm
down.
not. So that's the thing. I'm not, and that's what you guys aren't understanding, because you have it in your head that what is going to happen is everybody is going to associate all of MAGA, all of the right with woke. And what my argument is, because
of you, bro. Because of you, bro.
You're looking at it through a spectrum.
That's already happening.
You're looking at it as from a spectrum of somebody who has already understood the definition. What Andrew just did was he proved that I'm right, because people don't understand the definition. The only thing they're going to associate wokeness with is a negative connotation.
That's not true.
People are going to be able to.
That makes my point, bro, because what you're saying is that by whatever you propagate, people will believe it because they're mindless drones and don't understand political moxie, like you were saying. Yeah. That means that if the left and mainstream media propagandize this, they'll move towards this fucking idea that all the people on the right are actually woke. That will be their propaganda, bro.
Misfit, let's make this clear real quick.
Hold on.
Can I just get one more thing in to just finish my line of question?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so if it's the case that we think that the populace is not going to understand terms like this, very specifically, who's to say that they won't misidentify themselves and then become against whatever it is you are advocating for, and we're therefore sort of excising a large portion of the voter base you need. I'm not sure how this confusion doesn't act against you.
It's because it's simple. These people, well, you're looking at it from a person who has defined the term. You're in the political space. My argument is people are just going to go, this is if the media or anybody tries to weaponize it against us, they weaponize it against themselves. Because if woke equals bad, then woke equals bad across all spectrums, right? So if anybody tries to bring out the woke right is bad argument from the left, from the media, from anybody, they are hurting themselves, because what they are saying is woke is bad.
You have defined woke right in a way that Nick Fuentes is equal to George Washington.
What the fuck are you talking?
It's only people.
Hey,
in the
no,
right
no. You guys are misrepresenting Misfit Patriot here. He said apply it to the standards of the time.
Okay, so if George Washington was alive
let me clarify
today.
for you, Rob. Let me clarify for you
Corinne.
really quickly. You guys are misrepresenting. You said apply it to the standards of the time. It's worse than that. Misfit Patriot, is it true that Jesus Christ was going through and getting rid of the old covenant to put in a new covenant, like making progress in moral law?
No.
It's not the case they established a new covenant?
Yes, new does not mean replace.
I didn't say replace it. He established new.
You
He made
literally
progress.
just said replace.
Right?
You just said get rid of old.
Okay, if I said that,
new.
I misspoke. Okay, he put in a new covenant, right? He made progress towards the end time
He
goal.
made a new. All right, so if you have a car, right, and the car's in your driveway, and you go buy a new car, and you don't sell your old car, do you have two cars or do you have a new car?
Sure,
only?
you can have two cars.
Yeah,
but
okay.
he's making progress towards the covenant that he's fulfilling, right? He fulfilled the covenant as well.
Sure.
So he's making progress, like a progressive of the time.
I know the word game you're about to play. And
Christ is a progressive by this standard, by applying it to the standards of the time.
No, false equivalency.
Where's the false equivalency?
If I could just have a second.
No,
See
really quick. I want the
what
false equivalency.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Where's the false equivalency?
Because you're applying the dual. So there's dual covenants, and then you're applying a replacement theology, right? So, and when you say that Jesus was hold on, when you're saying that Jesus was progressive under replacement theory, right? So Jesus was progressive because he was progressing.
He never brought up replacement theology.
I know, but I am. But you're saying it's progressive.
But that's not false equivalency.
It's progressive. You're saying it's progressive because he's progressing.
This is stupid.
Was Jesus Christ's message for the time in comparison to stoning woman to death or not stoning woman to death, progressive or less progressive?
Yeah, no, you got me there. Okay, I'll concede.
Okay.
George Washington's not woke, but Christ is a progressive. Just to be clear.
I think that this is the liberal argument. Like Christ was a liberal. It's like
that's your argument. Your standard.
It's yours, exactly.
Makes Christ a progressive.
I think that you're being too reductive.
Christopher Scott in with the Big Ten. Well, I guess I'm whoring around too. Here's some shekels, Sarah. Happy Mother's Day. And thank you, Christopher. I hope you called your mom today.
Thank you, Mommy.
Q-Tard with the Big Ten. If Matt Walsh is woke right, then Sarah Tomato is woke mom. Debate over. Demon Slayer with the Big Ten. Did something happen to Ryan's jaw and teeth? Curious. You don't have to answer that. Who's typing? Please stop.
Oh my god.
Just be fucking embarrassed and get off the panel. Just get off the fucking panel, you
Just
fucking scumbag.
remove yourself.
I would have, but
I'll respond though.
I have an obligation to ask Misfit more questions.
I have moral obligation. Can you not fucking type while you do your moral obligation, you prick?
Andrew, you know, like I find it funny that you won the debate, but everybody wants to ask me questions.
Well,
yeah, I mean, why do they need to ask the winner the questions? That's like, thank you for just naming me the winner.
I'm just saying, everybody.
They're still trying to make sure that you know what they're trying to do. They're trying to convince you. They're trying to convince you.
Misfit, if I may, I got a question for you real quick, and then one for Ryan. I'll get to you, Ryan. I'll get to you in here.
You got a lot of questions, bro.
I don't need you to get
Misfit,
to me.
you said that the best definition was that of oppressor. That was the best definition of woke.
I think that it's the if you're going to be reductive, of what it is, then it really does apply.
Let me ask you this, and so that means like institutional oppression.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Okay. That fair enough. Given that, was Donald Trump oppressed?
I would say yeah.
For doing
kinda.
crimes.
So then he's woke.
Sure.
You don't see the problem with you using the term woke, right? You got the man's image tattooed on your leg.
No, you're looking at you're leaving out the victim mentality part where he was.
I would say that
I have
Donald
a shot
Trump
at
ran
Bernie.
on the problem.
Yeah, almost getting shot in the face.
Yeah.
He's kind of a victim. You
was
know?
up-
I seem
he
to
was-
recall him talking about this quite a
He
few
was
times.
What? See, this is the thing. When you guys try to say that if somebody is attacked, right, are they oppressed? The answer is yes, right? If you say, did that person fight back? And did they win the fight? Are they a victim? No. So
But that's
no.
not. But how did he win back? Real quick.
He's the fucking president.
Listen,
retard.
listen,
Like, what the fuck are you
Misfit,
talking
but
about?
how did he become president? One of the
He's trying to be
reasons he
king.
became president was because millions of people in this country thought that the institutions engaged in lawfare against him,
Why?
in addition to the actual physical threats that he saw. So
And they
saw
thought
him as-
those institutions tried to fucking kill him,
That's
by
right.
the way.
So that would
this
make
is-
Trump
this is-
woke.
So that's it. Like Jesus is woke because he was put on a cross. Like it's like, dude, like
Exactly. Rob's point. Fucking brilliant. You
wouldn't
got
say
it.
no,
You
he's gonna
finally
do
get
it.
it now.
But he's
Check it out.
but he wins, right? He wasn't a victim because he knew he was going to be put on.
So the woke right's gonna win.
No,
Groypers win, then they're not woke.
They're not woke. I don't know. I don't get it.
the Groypers feel
First
oppressed.
of all,
they
I don't
they
think
aren't
that-
oppressed.
First
the
of
whole-
all, you guys keep saying the
hold on,
populace
actually,
is stupid or
Ryan,
whatever.
Ryan, let me jump in real quick. No, because you just
Yeah,
made a really,
everyone's
you
got
made a-
another diatribe.
you made a really valid point. I promise, Ryan, I will give it back to you. You made a really valid point. The reason why the woke left is so fucking bad is because they feel oppressed and they're not oppressed. They have this false thing, this false ideology of I'm oppressed and you're actually not. Just like if there's
no way you actually believe that, right?
Well, so is there really systemic racism or is there systemic classism, right? There's really not systemic
Irrelevant.
racism.
That's not what I'm. Oh my goodness.
They're both oppression.
Let me know when I can go, Sarah.
No, give it back to
I'll
Ryan.
let you go right after. Yeah, I'll be really quick. So first of all, I want to point out that they kept saying that they think the general populace is stupid. As the radical left here, I don't think you're stupid. I think the average person thinks the average person is stupid, besides themselves, of course, which is kind of hilarious. But Andrew
You are
correctly
fucking stupid, and I'm about to prove it.
Andrew correctly identifies that what people are identifying as the woke right is very easily applicable to the broader MAGA movement. And your concern about MSNBC being self-defeating by labeling things woke bad, it's unlikely because they, like me, are going to mock them for what you were just saying, which they're actually going to identify, hey, black people really do have worse healthcare outcomes. They really do have worse education outcomes. There really is a school to prison pipeline. And white people are really not oppressed by learning about history. Queer people are actually oppressed when you try to take their right to marriage, but Andrew is not oppressed.
Thanks, Misfit Patriot. Thank you, Misfit. Thank you, Misfit Patriot. Thanks, Misfit Patriot. Thank you.
Ryan's the same as Misfit Patriot. That's why I get so frustrated with this.
No,
So,
he's
Misfit Patriot, what you fail to
Go ahead,
hold on,
Tenth.
give me a second. You guys been talking forever.
Go ahead, 10th.
Misfit Patriot, you seem like a nice guy, but what you don't understand is these people weaponize fake liberal rage. I am a politically homeless gay person that is completely ostracized from the LGBTQ. All right? So, Andrew, I want to ask you something. So, if a person says, hey, I don't really care about Garcia, I just care about my own rights, and they want him brought back, do you think that they're responsible, just like I think people are responsible who advocated for unlimited immigration? That you think that they'd be responsible if he's brought back to America and then goes and grapes or kills somebody?
I think that they would shoulder some burden of the contribution to the ideology. Yes.
And then you shouldn't ever be able to really respect them unless they go, yeah, I was wrong about that.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on the reasoning, but I see the train of thought. I would say, generally speaking, if it is the case that you take no responsibility for the ideologies which you promote ultimately, and then they do X bad thing, I think that you should at least interrogate your worldview to see if it needs to change necessarily, because perhaps you were wrong. Yes.
Because I see Patriot as exactly the same as Ryan is.
Yeah, there's a
Patriot.
piece of paper. There's a piece of paper between them. That's how close they ideologically are. There's a literal piece of paper between them. And the thing is like, this is what I keep trying to show Misfit Patriot, is like, Ryan is a typical leftist. He's not like some ridiculously unorthodox, highly educated leftist. He's a very typified leftist in his views, beliefs, things like this. He's a little bit more left than Destiny and a little less left than Vosh. Okay, that is the case. He's not a bread tuber, but he's a bit more on the leftist side than a guy like Destiny, who would be more of a he's left of center, a little more like neoliberalism than a guy like Ryan. Ryan would be a good representation of the types of people you're going to find at MSNBC and things like this that are going to fucking weaponize this like you can't imagine, bro.
Yes.
I guess we'll find out.
Radical voter. Thanks, Andrew. Hell yeah.
I think the same way, just to finish.
See, the thing is, Ryan's like, I actually do understand your ideology and understand ideologies. One thing you can't take away from me is I take my time to make sure I do.
I wrote this all down. See, it's no different than me as a gay person that fought for over 30 years just to be able to have the same rights as everybody else. And
that's too bad.
Hold on.
Hold on.
And then adding cis to the front of my name and othering me from the group that I helped fight for. It's exactly the same thing. When you say woke right, it's the same thing as calling the gay dude a cis male. F you, you fracking losers. I am so sick of you people doing this mental masturbation and fucking my life up with your nonsense. That I gotta get emails while I'm at work saying, oh, we have to do the gay pride. Nah, bitch, leave that shit the fuck out of my workplace.
Yeah, so Andrew still wants to take your right to marriage.
He's looking at mental.
Well, hang on. But actually, he's making what he's saying. If you listen to what he's saying that in a way he's culpable for what happened with the trans movement because of the fact that he fought for this type of egalitarianism, and then the slippery slope, he hit it with a fucking nosedive, and now is reevaluating the ideology. What he's saying to Misfit Patriot is, you could easily find yourself in the same situation here, but you can avoid it right now by simply walking away from it, which is actually a really good fucking analysis. It's a really good analysis.
I don't think they give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about us. Just like Ryan said when I talked to him on his channel and my channel, he doesn't give a fuck about Garcia. He gives a fuck about him. He doesn't care what the fucking aftermath of his actions are. He just goes around running his dumb fucking cunt mouth, ruining people's fucking lives, and then going, oh, well, that's just my feelings. He doesn't take any positions on fucking nothing. He just goes, I feel. You're a fucking loser, coward. Coward. No, I'm angry because I had to fight this fucking fight.
I'm glad my analysis was accurate.
Let me ask another question.
Panel reset shortly. Evan Lord with the Big Five said the Misfit Patriot is the Lukid? Benjamin
Netanyahu's.
Thank you. Political party in Israel. Woke right. Anyway, I hope everyone had a wonderful Mother's Day.
Please let me respond to the slander that was just thrown at me. Like that was absolutely dastardly. So what I said when it comes to Kilmar,
hold on,
you fucking loser cocksucker.
Stop. Okay, that's what
we'll do. Gay.
We'll do a little speed date. I'll just put everyone backstage for just a moment and let these two kind of duke it out. Guys, get your testosterone rumbling if you have any.
So 10th
What's
man,
up,
I
dick?
perfectly calm down. You just said your spiel. Okay, I have been perfectly clear that my concern is the same as the Supreme Court's concern, which is that Kilmar Abrego Garcia's return should be facilitated, not so he can run around and grape and kill people, which he's never been accused of doing, either of those things, first of all. But second of all, so that he can have a hearing, and if Trump is so confident that Kilmar is a member of MS-13, if he has the letters MS and 13 on his fucking fingers like Donald Trump thinks he does, then it should be really easy to settle this in a hearing.
Am I a cis male, yes or no?
And when you say
a cis male, yes or no?
I'm almost done. When you say that I only care about my rights, it's not just my rights. I care about the rights of American citizens, which the Supreme Court also acknowledges.
You don't care about the aftermath of your actions. Am I a cis male? Blah, blah, blah. We all heard your shit before, brah. Am I a cis male, yes or no?
Supreme
Am I a
Court
cis
agreed
male or am
that
I just a man?
the used to deport Kilmar illegally could also be used to deport American citizens. Now
You're dancing. Am I a cis male or just a man?
You are a cis male.
No, I'm fucking not. And there,
And
you
a
just
man.
proved my point. You're some professed
Awesome,
straight
dude. I don't
dude
care.
going around telling the gay dude what he is. You're a fag basher is what the fuck you are. Fuck you.
Yeah, so Andrew is the one who actually wants to make it illegal
No
for you
words.
to be gay.
No words. Okay. We know better than that, 10th man. We
I
know
could
that.
I could hear him all the way in my bathroom, 40 feet away.
What do you
Yeah,
know?
so could I. I went to take a little tinkle break too, and that's what
Wait,
I came back to.
Wait,
What
hold
was the-
on.
what was the no-no-
I have
what
to
was the no-no
clarify
word?
something. Did Ryan just admit that that he reduces gayness to having butt sex?
No.
Yes, you did, bro.
Yeah,
yes, you did.
You said
walk me through
verbatim
that.
that Andrew wants to make him like being gay illegal. Andrew specifically wants sodomy laws. He doesn't want, people to exist who are gay. Like being gay itself, Andrew's never advocated for that. So necessarily that's an admission that gayness is equivalent to butt sex.
Well, I was talking about gay marriage, actually, was what I was referring to. But yeah, it's also true that Andrew is very concerned about who has butt sex, and that's also weird. Yeah.
No, well, Andrew's literally never advocated for making gay marriage illegal. He's advocated
That's
for
not
removing.
true. I'm pretty sure he said that to my face multiple times.
Okay,
He
well, I
doesn't
mean,
think
Andrew's
people should be
here.
allowed to get
To
married.
clarify the position.
Andrew, do you think gay people should be allowed to get married?
For state marriage, I think we should eliminate state marriage altogether.
Yeah, so that's not making it illegal.
Well, it is actually.
Why isn't there a federal?
No,
Is there
well,
a federal-
no. If
It's a
churches,
federal government.
if churches, listen, if churches are willing,
fine.
if churches are willing to marry gays, right, they can do so. I just don't have to recognize the marriage as being valid.
Look, I know you guys
Yeah,
really want
that's-
to talk
yeah, that's
about.
radically
I
different
think
gays
you're
and
objecting to
whatnot, but,
something. You're
maybe we
objecting to
should-
something that doesn't even need to be objected to in the first
Oh,
place.
hey,
though.
it's Doc.
Like, hey, what's up, Adam? How are you, buddy?
Let me
Doing very bad now that you've joined.
Let me take a moment to talk to the people on my side real quick. I'm going to shut down the tomato side and we're shifting over to the gauntlet. So the link is pinned if you want to go ahead and start moving now. Otherwise, here in 2 minutes when I shut it down, it will automatically raid you over. And let me get back to a couple super chats real quick, just because these people want to be heard. Oops, I lost my place.
But they're not
apologize.
super chatting over here, so they don't deserve any platform. This is scumbaggery, 100%
True.
scumbaggery. Yes.
They should be on the Crucible or Gauntlet by now.
Sarcastic warlocking with Big Five. Misfit cries out in pain, even as
As he
doing
fists
that.
The dumbest thing possible that ever took hold that was like somebody put me like I was hungover, sleeping on some like laundry, and I took a picture and I was naked, and I go, I'm hungover and you can see my bum, and that's on Facebook, and somebody put it on a gay dating app and wrote "fist me," right? And the fact that all these people use it against me, is funny because on its face, on its face, it's ridiculous, right? Because it's like, who would make that profile? I don't know. Maybe is there a gay person in here?
troll.
You would make it if you were gay.
That's what I'm saying. No, like,
Andrew has to tell you about Axiom.
I don't know.
to answer
I'm not.
that question.
Hold on. I'm not gay. I'm actually asking a serious question. I'm not gay.
Says otherwise.
Would somebody actually write "fist me" like as like a profile?
Why do you care what gay
Yes.
people think?
Yes, they
I don't give a
would.
shit.
Yeah.
Yes, they
I
would.
guess because
I
when
never heard that it's not actually you that I've been talking to. For
I
the
don't know
past
if that's a
week and
reading
half.
into it thing.
Yeah.
Look,
I don't know.
have
I
to
could be
say-
mistaken.
Look, all I have to say on this is I don't know why Mr. Patriot's denying being gay when he admits there's a profile of himself on a gay dating app which says "fist me." That's
That
clear
I
evidence that he's
You
gay.
can
Yeah, that I never
totally.
heard.
I could, Adam. I could create one with your picture put in place.
And then, yeah, that's what I'm
It's
saying.
So easy.
I gotta
You
ask though,
could.
did you
What I'm
have
saying
like
is-
measuring tape out
And
or
if you
anything?
did, that would
Are
be
you
evidence
seeing-
for me being gay.
Hold on. Let me
Are you
explain.
seeing how big it is?
Let me explain.
Well, we don't really need more evidence.
Let me explain this, right? If I was trying to slander somebody, I would have put them on a gay dating app with just a normal like profile. Like that's what I mean. It's like they went so over the top.
Would your profile say woke, right?
Yeah, no,
Not
it
bad
would
to be
just
gay.
And like, I guess I would just put me on. If I was gonna try to do what they did to me, I would just put myself on a gay thing and be like, looking for a hookup. But they went so far where it was
You
like,
think about this a lot, don't you?
no, like I get hit with it. Look at it's in the super chat.
It's on. Well, it's even on. I know somebody already put it
And
on
the proof is there. It's still on my Facebook. The same picture where I was just hungover. But I love
in the gay dating profile.
Tell Katie I say hi, Dusty. Good to see you tonight.
It's just a weird thing that
Katie Duck says hi.
And speaking of Duck, just threw 20 in to send you to the back. Enjoy your time backstage. Bring next up Mel. I also have Joe Cool and EOD hanging backstage. And Jason, I threw you back only just for panel squatting for now. We'll bring you back up in a little bit. And I am going to shut down Raging Tomatoes side and shift everybody over to the Gauntlet. But I wanted to get through a couple more, if you don't mind. Woke right and left is BS. Woke just means to be aware of injustice in the context of modern left and right factions. It makes no sense.
Can I speak to this and then I'm done? I'm actually going to bounce.
Sure.
So first of all, I mean, obviously, this is why I brought up the real systemic measurable outcomes like the healthcare disparities, the school to prison pipeline, education disparities,
men not getting custody,
as well as other economic disparities that we can see in the Black community, for example. But so obviously there are real systemic injustices that we can identify. Second of all, I think it's deeply, deeply ironic that in the context of this conversation, 10th Man just did the Darvo thing that I was exactly describing when he accuses me of, I'm not going to say what he called me, but when he accuses me of that by just because I'm using very basic, accurate language like cisgender, which is a neutral, factual descriptor, just meaning someone's identity aligns with their sex at birth. It's not a slur, but he's viewing himself as a victim of this accurate description because he has it. He's part of the woke
interesting.
Right. But
Cutter,
anyway,
couple questions I have for you real quick before you go. One,
go.
when you said that there was real measurable institutional things, when we brought up a real measurable one of men not getting custody, you said, well, there was a good reason for that. I wonder, why don't you give the same charitability when it comes to the real measurable things you're talking about that affect the Black community?
Yeah, like
so there's a history of laws being specifically instituted to oppress Black people. I don't think those laws exist to oppress men.
The same argument can be made against.
There's a history of courts favoring women,
right?
For custody.
Exactly. I mean, so it's not just.
This is a product of the patriarchy itself.
It was illegal.
Another question for
one at a time. Go ahead.
This is about disparate impacts. You care about disparate impact, right?
One other question, Ryan, I have for you. You said you sort of gave this definition of woke right as sort of, or wokeness as sort of like feeling that you're being institutionally privileged against. Can you name me one political group when they're not in power that wouldn't be woke based on your definition?
Wait, me?
Yes. Can you name me one
my definition
political
of woke
group?
Was being aware of systemic injustice. I agree with that.
Okay, but you said that the woke right is they're woke, right? You're just they claim to be aware of systemic injustice, right?
So just to be 100% clear, when I say woke right, I'm kind of I'm identifying what James Lindsay, Misfit, and these people seem to be pointing to, and